Dolby Catmos. Get it? Dolby Catmos. Get it? See up to. Oh yeah, why I think Dolby Atmos is a load of rubbish. Utterly butterly load of rubbish. 10 years of garbage, rubbish, trash, junk. And the most part, it's bullshit. It doesn't create every dimension, every dimension. Feel every dimension, it says. That's the marketing campaign sort of thing to lure the public into listening to a new system. The best sound system that you could put in a cinema, okay, would be the one that you don't really publicly announce. So you have cameras hidden. Okay, so they're like night vision sort of thing, so they could see reaction to see how many of the audience are participating with, Otherwise, you release a sound system, you release a white paper, a PDF file, and so I myself, I look at it and think, is this it? Is this all it can do? And I'm a bit skeptical, because I'm thinking there's nothing really special about it. It's not a special case sound system. It's just like, well, speakers on the ceiling. That's it. There's nothing special about anywhere else in the entire system. And that's where Atmos is just utterly load of bloody junk pile of rubbish. Especially when it's in the hands of, you got a budget and then you go to dub stage after everything's done and you got to do all the, the rest of the mixing, even though most of the part of it has been going on during the production, depending on, how complex they want to make their movie and all that, which never turns out to be like all the bells and whistles and turns out to be sheer utter disappointment. And for me, a total psychoacoustic wasted talent thrown out the window. Because I'm not stupid. I know what to look for. I know what to listen for. I know what to feel for. And I'm waiting for something that's going to wow, it seems like they put quite a bit of effort into it. There's only one movie that's got a bit of effort into it, and that's Gravity. And that was 2013, that movie, when it came out, I think. That's the only movie that's got effort put into it. All the rest are just like, is that all they can do? Is that the best they could do? The director and producer and the re-recording it, and isn't anyone sort of like they're thinking, hey, we should maybe try this, because this idea that you're trying, director, it just doesn't work, because at the end of the day, oh dear, you got to create this. Well, I'll just say it. There's only so many things a loudspeaker can do and it cannot do. And that is it. You can't create proper air turbulence, as say like an aeroplane taking off. You can't create those kind of air turbulence because you get the sound, boom. But you then think, you got to think, unless you're absolutely brain dead. And that's putting it more kindly to be, say, a lot of you out there brain dead and then thinking, there is one element there that's completely missing, and that's an airflow sort of thing that you would get if an airplane, if it's taking off and it's coming towards the runway, and then goes, you would get this huge amount of air turbulence blowing around. You just don't get that from sub-bass speakers. It just doesn't, or bass. It just doesn't work. It's not the same. Believe me. The way the air turbulence would move around in a specific signature, and it would always do that with a certain type of aircraft. They all have different signatures, and they would always create this signature airflow turbulence effect. I've just been looking at pictures and looking at, where you get the turbulence airflow sort of thing going off on the tips of the wings. I mean, not to mention when that goes, it would completely knock the audience back in their seat because it would be, but that's the whole point, isn't it? To create every dimension, not bullshit it with loads of bass and mid and top end, and it just sounds like ear piercing. Like it's a little bit because one, you wouldn't really want to listen to an aircraft going right. You put your fingers in your ears because it'd be so bloody loud. But then you would feel this air rush flowing three-dimensionally all around your body, and you think, wow, I don't even get that. Wow, with a, I get like a wow, yeah, that's okay, yeah, but it's not like woohoo, you know. I sound like an owl there. Woohoo! Yeah, even birds, flying. If a bird comes swooping down and it would go nearby you, which would be very rare, depending on if you can get a load of birds to come down, let's say like pigeons or seagulls, you would gradually, you might just get a fraction and feel the wind as they're coming down and pushing air, or maybe the wings, and you get this brief few second of airflow sort of thing. But it would be, it'd be small in comparison to a, say, like a 747 airplane taking off and coming out and going right over, and you'd feel this flipping huge amount of wall of air turbulence, air blowing around. They got these 4DX rubbish cinemas, but the only problem there is this, the stupid film editing and the timing and the sound editing to synchronizing sound and airflow movement. You got to have fans that have got to turn on at least a few seconds before the effect comes on, and then they got to turn off, and it just doesn't work. The timing, just because the fans got to pick up speed and then turn off, then the fans got to decelerate, and the soundtrack level in the auditorium has got to be a little bit more louder, otherwise you're going to notice the fan noise. You can't do it through sub-bass speaker and try and create an air turbulence effect. It's not impossible, I would say. It would be a new kind of breed of sub-bass speaker, completely new breed, to create specific air signature, airflow coming down, and not to mention the fact that it would be a complete utter waste of electrical power because it would have to generate so much within a given amount of voltage and output and create in there, and even that again is not really good, because it would be well, actually the sub-bass thing would be utter rubbish, because it would take it's like if I would put a candle across a couple of meters, to say 3 meter away, a candle, and I've got the flame moving, and then go, it's going to take several seconds for that. When I blow, it's going to take several seconds, until I see that flame fluctuate. So you got a sub bass and it's blowing air out. It's going to take several seconds for it to reach, and it's got to be extremely enormous in its strength. I've been to THX cinemas where the bass will just put most home theaters in the dust. $1 million home theater, 150 dB home theater in the dust, literally. But did I feel air blowing? No, I didn't feel any of that air blowing. And this trouser flapping, there's no such thing as trouser. That's just bass waves, and the way the fabric is, if it's like that, on your trousers, and the bass waves just hit it, and you just notice this vibration effect. It's not trouser flapping. Otherwise, is it moving around like this, literally, with everyone's hair moving around like it is in one of those stupid car hi-fis, where those just build up distortion. That's not sound. That's just distortion and noise, and overdoing it, overkill. That's just noise, because that's why all the microphones can't handle it and then start distorting, because they didn't put an audio mixer on there with an equalizer and then adjust the levels so that you get a rough approximation to the bass sound at the level the dangerous level it's playing at. Anything over 120 is just pathetically dangerous, unless you want to go deaf and lose your hearing completely. Otherwise, they just overload and distill. I've seen one video, I don't know why he does it. It's pointless, really. 150 dB home theater, and all I hear in the video is just I just hear distortion sound. The guy may want to invest in a proper recording system and an audio mixer and an equalizer, and have it on the microphones, and put some filtering in it, because once that bass reaches the top, it starts clipping, and it needs to be lowered down, and then the microphone will pick it up. But it's not going to be, what's the big deal? I don't see a big deal with it. If I do something like that in my room, I don't see the big deal. It's not going to be. And then if I play the recording back on the same system, the only thing I notice is that where the microphone is placed, to where my ears are placed, because the microphone's got to be more or less, you can't spread the microphones too far wide. They got to be more or less the same distance as our ears, which is, it's only about that distance, roughly. It's only about, say, maybe 6 inches. Actually, it's a little bit more than that, because you've got to go down into the ear canal and so on and so forth. And so you might as well get a dummy head, or make a dummy head that's cheap, not buy one of these stupid dummy heads that cost £3,000, daylight robbery, or maybe a binaural. But you got to have it designed so it's similar. Plus, I think a lot more besides that, because I'm sure audiologists and psychoacoustic engineers, they do so many bloody tests, because they got a budget and they can come up with new invention idea techniques, etc. Otherwise, if I were to do some simulation without even having to do it, say, like, have some bass sound play, put some earplugs in, and then open my mouth and then close it, to see if I notice any change in the bass level, because bass has got to come in through the mouth, or actually maybe go up through the nose. maybe penetrate, go through the skin, do so. That's kind of eerie. Makes my skin crawl. Um, oh gosh, there's so many. You go out there looking for it, and you'll find an abundance more of information that you didn't even think you knew existed. NASA had done loads of tests on how our bodies feel bass frequencies, specific bass, where on the body, joints, and all that. You know, they got such a huge data of information, because they needed to test that for their for astronauts, and to see what parts of the body get certain frequencies and what tolerance levels and so on and so forth. So NASA out there got a huge bundle of information on acoustical body sound information. I'd have to look up that keywords because it's under a specific keyword, because you can't just type it in. It's you got to make sure you got the right keywords, and then looking down and then think, oh right, I think this might be it, that I looked at. It was a couple of years ago, and I thought it was very informative in the information, because I think I caught onto it very easily and thought, yeah, I might go and look for that and grab it again, and then start doing some tests, because those tests they done would have been over a course of maybe many years of trying it out, double checking it just to make sure it's not a fluke, you know. So anyway, um, what else do I dislike about Dolby Atmos? Well, Dolby Atmos is utter crap. It's a totally flawed sound system. It's not true XYZ and all that. Yeah, you got the Z axis, which is up to the ceiling, down to the floor. Dolby Atmos only does it from this height level here up to the ceiling and then back down. So it's bullshit. It's not a 3D sound system. And the same goes with Oro, DDSX. They're bullshit sound systems. I'm sorry to say this, but most people don't tell you the truth on YouTube. All these, Youth Man and Daily Hi-Fi, they just don't tell you the whole truth. I'm sure they like to, and I'm sure they would agree I think the daily ones, some of those guys there will probably agree with me that, yeah, Atmos is complete bullshit. Only does the sound from the surround speakers or the fronts or the back, whatever, from this level here, goes up to the ceiling and it comes back down. It doesn't go down here. There's nothing going on down here at all. There's no speakers there yet. In over 10 years, they haven't made a Mark II version of Dolby Atmos like Dolby Atmos Plus 2 or Plus 3. They haven't made any improvements. And then you know why? Oh, gosh, because then all the AVRs and Trinov and Stormor will be completely, as well as their own Dolby Cinema Pro, will be completely useless. They'd probably have a Dolby CP 10,000, deluxe processor. Frankly, Dolby Labs, they just jumped the gun too quick. They got a little bit, I think, overconfident and just jumped the gun. And because I saw in their specs on that PDF and think, is this it? Is this all it can do? Crying out loud. It's got no blow surround. Though there are other people out there have tried with a system. I think it's in Japan or something, made in Japan. Something like a 22.2 system or whatever, where it's got speakers up here, and a little bit more lower down. But in the diagrams, it doesn't really show actual speakers that are floor mounted, floor in floor speakers, if you know what I mean, which is not impossible to do. I'd like to do in floor in my room, but my room height is too short, and I'd have to have shallow profile speakers that I would probably select some JBLs that are used for a sub bass speaker. They are, and you could probably turn. It's probably got a frequency range maybe up to maybe 2 kHz, if not that, maybe. But they got a shallow profile, and I would have something like that fitted in the floor, an array, literal array, not just put one here and one there and that, and just that be it. Because listening to sound at a below level is so complex, more complex than probably overhead. But then sound itself is vastly complex. You know, you rustle your finger or you get a piece of paper in your hand and you make noise with it and you're gradually moving it. And you're moving that in three-dimensional space. And that might as well just be a loudspeaker. But you know how many amplifiers or how many processors and how much would be involved. And the only and still, at the end of the day, Atmos is crap. Okay? I'm sorry to say, but it is crap. Where the speakers are placed, they'll still be placed on the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and that's it. Unless you hide speakers within the seat, which is doable, which I've done in my THX cinema. I've got little speaker transducers that are very small and fit them to the seat back or within the seat, so the seat itself becomes a speaker. As well as it can do a bit of bass vibration depending on how it's fitted. It's very scientific and exhausting work, I would say. But you get a surprisingly good bit, and it picks up on high frequency, which is not too bad. So yeah, you could do that. You could do one thing that way without the speaker being seen, because if you start seeing speakers near to the seat, you know, to create a whisper effect in one person in the audience's ear, it will be intimidating, you know. That's the one thing Atmos can't do. You know, you could create some sort of psychoacoustic effect with a scene maybe like from Hollow Man, where there's a fly buzzing around. And as far as I can remember participating with the soundtrack on that movie in the past, I'm kind of doing this effect because I think there's a fly buzzing around. But it's only where they're probably pitching the frequency up and down, you know, because you know, raising certain frequency up and down, and the sound's coming from the speaker and it's just moving in and out sort of thing. But you can't really make it a sound literally come away from the wall and then literally come near to you and then move around it. We all know, anyone with an ounce of half a brain would know that's impossible to do. Otherwise, it would be might as well just have the real thing, which would be a lot better than Atmos. Atmos is just an approximation on a proportion of the sound that we mixers are doing, and you know, I'm sure mixers must be thinking, gosh, couldn't there be anything better than this, you know? But they have to know realistically, at the end of the day, speakers are still going to be fitted where they are usually located, but it's just too bad there is no below surround with Atmos. Seriously. I mean, a lot of the sound effects I hear just don't work. And it's like, oh, that was boring. That was completely waste of my time. And I'm not sure about how it must have been for the mixers. That must have been, a bit boring. I mean, you can imagine gravity with below surround because it's in space and everything's doing all this camera movement and moving around, isn't it? And so you would hear maybe Ed Harris's voice going from overhead somewhere, and then it's sort of panning around, and then it goes around along so you get the sense like, oh wow, it's like being in outer space, if you get my understandable meaning. Um, or Star Wars TIE fighters, you usually see all these typical on-screen visuals where it's coming and it goes down at this angle, or you see something coming out and it's go bush, sorry, like bush at this angle, and they're always the same typical cliche cinematography, imaging cliche things that we always see, and you just don't have any sound to it. Coming at that angle, the sound you hear on the surrounds is in the wrong position. So if an X-wing in Star Wars and it suddenly, um, you see it sort of like whoosh coming out off at this angle and on screen very fast. So you got to have a scene where it's playing for at least a few seconds, looking at everything else moving around and things coming. So you hear the sound looking below you, and you hear it whoosh, and then wham, you see it on screen. That's three-dimensional sound. Otherwise, Atmos is complete utter bullshit. You can matrix um, some of that sound to sound like it's coming from below you, below the seating. I've done it in my THX cinema where I can actually have sound where it's the one movie that most people sometimes often talk about, but probably not much. They don't talk about it anymore much now because it's an old movie. It's called Unbroken. And you got all these airplanes going flying around, and you got one scene where in the movie where there's an airplane coming and it's firing, it's going and it goes, it goes at this angle, and I'm thinking, I hear the sound on the side surrounds, and I'm thinking that doesn't make sense. I know what I'll do. I'll do the same thing I came up with my idea invention back in 1989, and all I'll do is I'll reverse it, turn it around, and flip it upside down. I tried it. Bingo, it works. Because what happens there in the mix is when the airplane's going, you get a center phantom sound of that airplane. And so all I do is remove the center phantom and just put it underneath the seating with the speakers. Job done. Mission complete. And now I've got sound that's moving below me, up at this angle, and above. Try doing that in your home theater. But because it's matrixed, it will have flaws. Because if other sound effects come in and into play, and I think, nah, that doesn't match because the sound to the visual continuity doesn't match. So it's got to be done discreetly. So Dolby Labs, I think you wasted your talent, nearly 11 years of talent there, I think, really, because you jumped the gun too fast and didn't really think it through. Because they got all these engineers and they're probably in a conference room around a table coming up with like blah 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 blah, how do this blah blah blah, and they just jumped the gun too fast. Because if I were in that room, I'd be saying, I'd be tapping a bloody pen on the bloody table. Ta, 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 ta. What about sound below? Huh? Sound below. Yeah. Like if I, for example, take this pen, throw it up in the air, it's gonna gravity's gonna let that pen go bush, and it's gonna make a sound on the floor. Get the message? Get the picture? Yeah. If I put a blindfold round someone and I had £100 in cash, and you got several people blindfolded, and I say, look, right, you got only 60 seconds to find the cash. Are you listening? Okay, throw it up. Where it lands is where throw it up, and where it lands is where it sounds. And then they got to fumble around on their hands and knees trying to grab the money. um, because, they think, oh, it was there, but there is, and reflections, they might think it was this direction, but it might have been on this side of their ear, and it was there. So I'll be watching them funneling around on their hands and knees for £100. Yep, it's amazing. You do that, and people are just going to automatically, because it's nature, human nature, automatically start doing that. And then, yeah, below surround is not a myth. It exists, but it doesn't exist in the Dolby Atmos world. Dolby Atmos is an overrated sound system, which is why I don't really bother listening to it much now myself. It's it can only do so much. But thus saying that, I have discovered some hidden Easter eggs within the overhead surround mixing that most home theaters are not even geared up, rigged up, not even equipped to do what my THX cinema is a lot better than most other people's home. In fact, the dubbing stage, I think, unless the dubbing stage, of course, the mixers knew what they were doing. But there's a scene in the movie Baby Driver where the baby driver goes on the run from the cops, and all the other bad guys go on the run after their failed bank heist goes south. And then you get this music playing on the overhead in Baby Driver. And what I noticed was, oh, wow, I can still hear a sound discreetly on the overhead up there. And the other sound is going to my other, because I got several, my below surrounding, my THX cinema is, I have to say, is very complexed. And I was noticing one part of the signal, because depending on the overheads and where the sounds are mixed and so forth, I noticed a anti-phase or anti-plurality in the mixing, because it's very easy to do that in mixing, and you put one signal that's forward polarity and you could put another one at a different polarity or vector steering angle. And I was noticing, oh, right, there's one signal going up there and one signal down there, and it was kind of going up and down, had a sort of, I thought that was interesting. But you have to have a decoder connected to those overheads onto the onto the AV or AVP. You got to have an additional decoders connected, because there might be some different steering vectoring going on. Sometimes they do Atmos really cheap and crap on the overhead. Sometimes they utilize, and I notice, it's got a degree of stereo in the height 1, height 2, height 3, height 4. It's got a degree of stereo thing rather than just have a sound there and a sound there. But I notice a degree of stereoing imaging going on. And within the stereo imaging, there could be anything else going on that but it might need a simple ProLogic 2X decoder, which I would recommend using. A ProLogic decoder is okay. It's okay for Star Wars reproduction. but a Prologic 2 decoder would see a signal coming into it and think, there's a vectoring or sound here thing going into this, you know, and there might be a bit of difference of the other sound from the other prime left and right signals, and it might filter into, you know, and it'll do its best to do steering, but it will create um, a sound field image that would be, say, way better than a Trinov, a Storm Audio, a Anthem. You know, you just be adding on something, and you can add that decoders. You can add those PL2X decoders onto the side surrounds and the back surrounds as well to do additional sound steering, and then it's going to sound like $1 billion home theater then, without necessarily costing $1 billion. You would think that, but it would sound better, but it would still be matrixed. But unless they come out with a discrete version for below surround, otherwise Dolby Labs, you're just a waste of time. I think all the nominations they got for this year I think are a load of rubbish movies they got up there for best sound. I think they're a complete load of rubbish. I don't think well, through one of those movies in the food blender of bloody Oppenheimer, and liquidized it into bits and pieces and then threw it in the dustbin. That was a £28 4K disc, mind you. You see, I got the balls to do it, where most people say, oh, that movie's garbage trash. Oh, garbage trash, usually in American, means the rubbish bin. So you would throw it in the rubbish bin, yeah? But most Americans haven't got the balls to do that, you see. I have got the balls. And if I say I'm going to throw it in the fucking food blender, I'm going to put it in the fucking food blender and get rid of that disc, throw it in the bloody bin. Good riddance. I don't want Christopher Nolan crappy Oppenheimer in my home sitting on the shelf, because it's not going to get played again. He's been experimenting with 5.1 sound for what, over 10 years or so, and he still hasn't nailed it. Dear, oh dear. Whereas, you know, even some very good respected or re-recording mixers have done some of his crappy movie soundtracks, and I'm thinking, God almighty, what a load of wasted talent. Because I could go and listen to other movies where the same re-recording mixers have been doing mixing, and that film way better than Christopher Nolan. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah, that's my new thing now. It's not going to be throw the movie in the cat litter anymore. It's going to throw it in the food blender and just get rid of it. But damn, does it make a heck of a racket when putting the first you got to break the disc a little bit, you know. So I've got to snap it a little bit because you can't just shove it in. You know, you've got to break the disc. I tell you, breaking a bloody blue 4K disc in half with your hands, you got to really put a towel around it and then bend it and then snap it. Otherwise, if you try doing it as it is, the chances are you probably get a splinter coming flying off, and it might hit you in the eye or in the face. You know, it's going to hurt. So you got to wrap it with and I tell you, they are bloody tough to break. But even still, once you bent it a little bit, that disc is completely fucked. It will never play in that player. It's fucked. That's what I did to it. That's what I did to Oppenheimer. I just got a knife and I scorched the bloody disc, and then I snapped the bloody disc in half and then shoved it in the food blender and blended it into bits and pieces. Made a bloody, like I say, it made a heck of a racket, because it, you know, it's supposed to be food products and they have a different sound, loudness, frequency, texture when it's blending. But when it's plastic disc, it makes a heck of a noise, and it's But it was entertaining. It was more entertaining than the whole movie of Oppenheimer and watching all that crappy aspect ratio switching on and off every few seconds, and the crap color in the movie, the crap sound mixing, the crap story itself, because you might as well watch the movie Shadow Makers or Fat Man Little Boy. It's got the same effect with the explosion. In fact, a little bit more dramatically built up, far better. And it doesn't do it with all this stupidness that Nolan's been doing. Um, and I think there's been some other TV shows based on the same thing. Most people don't really care for the guy. He's made the world a miserable place. So in some parts he's made it kind of a little positive with with what you could do with the energy for good, but the rest of the proportion of it, boom, is used for evilness and evil wickedness. And so there's a lot of people, including us, I don't like the guy. I think along with everyone else, I think they should have just used some other ways of conventional weapon, or basically don't do a war at all. But now every country's got the damn thing and they're too chicken to use it. And if they do, it will be selfish, and it will be, well, they don't have to wipe out, they don't have to wipe out the, but I don't know. I shouldn't say, I'm not going to put some words here, because there is one species on the planet. If that goes, everything goes. Everything. Everything. You can forget about fucking Disneyland. I can tell you that, Mary Sue and Star Wars shit. One species on the planet, if it was wiped out, that is it. One and all, plain curtains. It holds the key. It's not Jar Jar Binks. I can tell you that. But it does interest me. So you don't have to wipe out humankind and everything, and dogs and animals, because, well, in the aftermath of all that, it will wipe out the one type, one species, and that'll be it. Um, yeah, I like a rant, so I'll go back to Atmos now. Why I think it's a utterly butterly load of crap. You can't even spread it on butter, because when my bread is down at this angle, and I'm standing up here, my ear height and that, and I'm spreading butter very gently, thinly, and then putting tomatoes on it, maybe some cucumber, and then put another piece on top, and then cut it. I hear all that sound below me. I don't hear it at this height level like you would in a movie. I hear it below me, depending on the point of view, So point of view comes round, and then I'm looking downwards, down here, and then moving around, and that's where you need the Atmos with maybe 64 channels on the ceiling, 64 channels around this height, and 64 on the floor. You need an Atmos plus 3 version, so it, and then have also the speakers positioning a little bit differently placed, because as it is, it's a load of rubbish. I could change it a little bit in my room, and it's still going to be a load of rubbish, because the way it's engineered. And then you got the very bad remixing versions for old movies, and a lot of that Atmos mixing, it just simply doesn't match in visual or off-screen continuity. Just doesn't match. Black Hawk Down, load of rubbish. That film is a load of rubbish, a fucking load of rubbish. But some of the helicopter sounds just don't visually match continuity to where there's some helicopters flying at a certain angle, and they're off screen. I hear them on the surrounds, and then when they I hear them on the surrounds, and then they appear somewhere down at this angle, the angle positioning, the degrees, because you get all these home theater, like the home theater gear, you know, and he's always on about degrees and all this. Please. And I'm seeing, I'm listening to bad sound continuity on some movies, and it just doesn't match. I'm thinking it's out of position. You know, how the heck does a helicopter sound up here, and then when I see it visually, it's coming down at this angle. You know, it's several many degrees below. You know, that's like having a telescope with the starfinder. Okay, so you got a starfinder, and then you got a red light beam that you put on. So you got to look with one eye and at the star, and the other eye is looking through the finder. And then once you got the two lined up together, okay, you should be able to look into the scope, and the star should be spot on. But that takes alignment, and that alignment has to be done, say, um, with a laser shining on a wall somewhere at a certain distance. And you got to, because then you got something that's in a fixed position, and so that you can do the alignment on the starfinder. Otherwise, the scope's okay. You just got to align it. Otherwise, you're fumbling around, moving around like that manually, moving it, or using the hand remote on the on the telescope like I do, moving it up, down, side, just to find that star. And I say, I give up. You have a try, because I think this is just slightly out of alignment. It got knocked or moved slightly, only by a teeny few fraction is like millimeters, and that is going to be like inches out of position, and like, yeah, I know it's there. It's got to be about roughly there. That's the last time I took the telescope out. I think it was November last year. Me and a friend, we went out to the New Forest, and um, we're looking, at generally, I think Jupiter, I think Saturn, Orion, the Moon. That was just generally it, and it was bitter cold, and eventually we had to, call it quit after about maybe 2 hours, and call it quit, because the ground level was really chilly cold, and we could feel it going through our shoes, and walking around shivering. And I'm just I'm just I know the telescope specs can handle the humidities and all the and I was just thinking, call it quits. It'd be better during well, actually, I think there is a difference between summertime and winter time, how the stars appear, atmosphere wise and so forth. And um, yeah, but I could just try and pick my telescope up and take it outside. I could find a pretty good dark spot where it's shielded from mostly street lights visibly, but you can still see the glare of it, when looking around, and you see a glare of and yes, I can still see the textures in the blackness of the sky on a moonlit night, and I can see the texture and the curvature of the earth. Yeah, and flat earthers, I don't know, their flat earthers must be one-dimensional minded. That's why they're flat earthers, I guess. Me, I'm three-dimensional, with a little bit more than that. upside down, inside out, turned around and back to front. XYZ 3D. Um, that's why I think Atmos is crap. Oh, the daily focus is on. The daily focus. Daily. It's the weekend, and so you could stay up late tonight. You can stay up late because it's the weekend. I think it is. Yeah, yeah. What are you getting? What are you talking about? Yeah, you got your 7-1. When do you leave school? You got to leave school. What? How old are you? How old are you? Because I know some schools allow you could stay in for maybe a couple of more terms. You know, you could stay in maybe till 17, I think, or I don't know about 18 or something, but I know over the years, the decades or so, they changed it slightly because back when it was about 16 and, you leave school. Well, I think you could just stay on just you know, just a little bit and get more of that so-called free education. um, don't go to university, don't go to college and pay for all that rubbish. Money, 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 just to get someone's opinion. You could go and get that opinion for free on Wikipedia, and read all that if you understand it, and you can get all that info. And then ask someone kindly. It's like if you go to a convention, okay, right? You go in there and you want the autographs, okay, and then they might be 50, maybe £100. It depends, how greedy they are, But if you wait outside, okay, and wait for them to come out, and they come walking out, and you say, "Can you sign this, Mister? Or sign this, so and so? Can you sign this?" They will sign it for free. Though some are catching on, and they do know, you're not a fan. You're one of those vultures, and then you're going to sell this autograph with this cheap poster that you bought for probably about £1 or $1, and you're going to sell it for about $2,000. Greedy. So, but yeah, you'd be surprised sometimes you can get something signed for free. Because I kicked up a fuss at a Star Trek. I think it was a science fiction convention. Oh, over 20 years ago. And I've only ever been to one, and I'll never go to one of them again because I think they're a little bit too nerdy for me. Though I like science fiction and, it's just a little bit nerdy. But you need to be absolutely loaded with money because you're going in there and you'll be buying things that you can more or less buy the same thing on eBay, only cheaper. um, but it's these autograph things that are just to avoid. Autograph things are not personal item things for me because um, I got things that are signed, but they're not. I would never put them on eBay. I'll never list them because it wouldn't be personal to anybody. It's only personal to me. If that makes any sense, which is true. Um, yeah. Oh, college is free. Oh, wow. They're doing college free? Wow. Wow. College free. College free. Wow. Yeah, actually, hang on. I'm just trying to think. I went to college. Uh, yeah, it was free. In fact, they paid you a small amount. Okay, where I was going, they paid because it was partly working in a cafeteria, and then doing, all this other nonsense with it was catering school, catering. I thought I wanted to go into catering, but nah, wasn't really my talent sort of thing. Um, but I learnt a few things. Learnt how to make egg mayonnaise, eclairs. Um, Actually, the mayonnaise thing was way better than probably the one that you get in the jar because it's fresh. Um, but I don't take now. Now I don't take mayonnaise anymore because I've got a heart condition issue. So I've got to lay off the mayonnaise because I get rather addictive. Um, Otherwise, an egg once in a while, that's okay. But when you got a jar of oozing, creamy white mayonnaise, and you think, oh, and salad creams are kind of yellowish color, but the basics for mayonnaise are it's simple. It's a bit of salt, lemon, I think so, a bit of pepper, separating the eggs because you got to put the oh crikey, I can't try and remember. You got to do some separation sort of thing. Um, but if making egg mayonnaise, and then you got to boil eggs and all that, and then mix it all, yeah, blah blah blah. Lemon juice, I think. Yeah, I think I mentioned that lemon juice. Yeah, yeah. You just look on the jar and just look at the ingredients that go in it and think, huh. And then you look at a video on YouTube and like, oh, oh, that's simple. We might as well make fresh mayonnaise, and it's going to be way better than Hellman's. It'll be a different texture flavor from the Hellman's because Hellman's have like a Hellman's standard, Hellman's light. Yeah, the Hellman's light mayonnaise actually tastes like someone masturbated and put cum into the jar because I had some at one time. But what the fuck is that? It tastes like semen. I kid you not. I didn't like the Hellman's mayonnaise. It tasted like sperm. Okay, now because it's something to do with the ingredient. That now there's a tree. Okay, there's a tree outside, and it's only during the summertime that you notice it in certain areas, and you're walking around, and suddenly you go, "What the fuck is that smell?" Smells like someone's masturbated. Bloody hell! What's King Kong, Godzilla, been walking around here masturbating? Because I kid you not, there's a big, humongous smell of it in the air, and it smells like someone's masturbated. It's called a cum tree. I kid you not, I'm not lying. You go and look it up on Google, cum tree, and it's got this smell. It smells like, well, you think about the universe and all the essences of everything, of all the atoms and everything, all this, and there's one tree that has an odor, and it smells like a sperm tree. Not round here where I am. I know exactly where I know need to go where I would smell because it's only a certain type of tree, and mostly some of these trees are usually indigenous to certain areas, so they're not all over the place. Otherwise, everyone's going to be going, "What the bloody hell? Someone been masturbating out here for Christ's sake!" Oh dear. Anyway, back to Atmos and why I think it is the most diabolical crap sound ever. Ever! Oh dear, Hellman's has fat free. Yeah, Hellman's, yeah, fat free. But I gotta check. You gotta check the other little things. I would myself. I gotta check like how much salt it might have in it and how much of this and that. And if it was if it the little label things where it's white, green, orange, and red. If it was red, 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 there's no way I'm buying it because I know that's not going to be good for me. At least I wouldn't be able to tolerate it now because I've got a weak heart condition. Um, if it was, if they can make a food product and have it white, literally, all the band, the label, white, 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 I'd buy it. If they can make ice cream more white, 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 yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Otherwise, ice cream's going to be a bit of white, a bit of green, and red, red. And now that just completely puts me off. Um, yeah. Ugh. You got to get rid of that sound bar. You got to get some speakers, real speakers. Get on eBay, get some real speakers. Get rid of the sound bar. Where they're trying to make sound bars more great sounding. Oh dear. You watch all the videos on YouTube. I've not seen one proper, thorough testing on a soundbar. That's with Room EQ Wizard, what frequency range it can do, sine wave tones being tested into it, what distortion harmonic levels it's producing. Because I'm sure it must produce some harmonics and buzzing noises because of the enclosures on those sound bars are cheap. What they mostly made of plastic, so it's going to have to make some sort of noises that you may not notice when it's actually playing until you play a sine wave tone, and it's then and then take the level up, and eventually yeah, this is about the limit it can do, as well as checking how low it can go because it's not going to do bass. It's going to press against your body. It's not going to do any of that. It's impossible. In fact, it shouldn't really. A lot of the soundtrack we listen to shouldn't be having bass pressing against our body because it doesn't happen in reality. There's only certain sound or certain things that would only do that, and that's only few and far between. Few and far between. On a daily basis, we don't feel sound pressing against our body. Unless you're talking and you can feel it in your chest. That's why most people say I don't like the recording of my voice, because there is one element that's missing in the recording. They can't feel it as much, and they're listening to a slightly alternate version, or myself, an alternate version of your voice recording. It's like if you have a bass shaker and it's fitted to the seat. Someone says, "Have you got something fitted to the seat?" It feels like a gimmick, because the one thing that's missing is the bass level that's on the floor. That you should have a bass shaker on the floor, on the seat, specifically, and do the testing so that you could feel it in your feet as well. And then you think it's all part of the system. You got to do a way to fool somebody into thinking, because most of the loudspeaker reproduction can only do so much, and then you're gonna have to have something else connected onto it so it doesn't overload or break or anything, to get bass waves, hitting us in the body or feel it and all that. And but I suppose that's why they say a film soundtrack's larger than life. But it can only be so large in life in a certain way. It can't do everything. It can only do so little. But it's exaggerated. It's bullshit, But anyway, if it tickles, my fancy sometimes, because I'm getting older. or more wiser and thinking, this just doesn't interest me anymore, you know? It's like this and this and this has been tried, and there's what else that hasn't been tried, you know? What else, what else is possibly doable to do? Um, Anybody can invent something, you know. Any We can invent anything. We can dream an idea, and that dream comes out of it's free. It doesn't cost anything. And then you got to think, well, how to put it into practicality, solid practicality. Ugh. You think, oh, I got a friend that can do this, and I've got another friend that can do that. Maybe I'll get them together and say, hey, could you design a circuit board and electronics to do this? And they'd probably say, yeah, I could probably do that. It'd probably take a while to build it. And then you got someone else and say, do you think you could do this? And he'll probably say, yeah, I could do that. It's not a problem. I'll come back. I'll get back to you in a few days. So he goes off and tries to manufacture or build something. That's what friends are all about. So you got an idea and you try that and try this. That's teamwork. It's called teamwork. Someone comes up because they're not dreaming the idea, but you got friends and you dream an idea and think, could you, otherwise I could sit down, piece of paper, a pencil or a pen, and draw something. I haven't done drawing in years. Draw an idea out. Because sometimes it's very easy to imagine it and then draw it and then think, yeah. You want to look at the new projectors, the ones that I was saying the other day, because they've only been going around for about a year or so now, I think. About or so. Dolby Vision projector. Yeah, it's about under £2,000. Yeah, that's if it floats. That's if it interests you. Me, it doesn't interest me. Dolby Vision. Yeah, I got a ViewSonic. Where is it? I've got a ViewSonic up there somewhere. I got I've got an LCD projector and a DLP ViewSonic projector. And of course the other projector, the laser projector, the other laser projector. That ViewSonic has only had a few hours use. It's only had a few hours use, and the fan noise on it is a little bit. The fan noise is a little bit loudish. They say on this new whatever square cube like Dolby Vision projector, it's very quiet. I'll take that with a pinch of salt because I'm going to believe everybody on YouTube is lying. Okay, otherwise, if I can hear a projector and it's audible, then it's not going in the room. Period. It will never go in the room. It will go else. It will go in the kitchen, and I'll move the other projector out. But I'm not buying this projector in any case. It's £1,600 or £1,800, I think it costs. And so my projector's got thousands and thousands of hours of laser lamp time left on it. So, yeah. If they say it's fans this quiet and all that, let's take that YouTube video as a load of bullshit, because I don't think they got the proper test equipment to actually test it. And then I don't think they're being that honest on in any case. They're just another salesperson shill on bloody YouTube just to make a little bit of this money on the bloody side. Shame on them. Um, Otherwise, I got like a humidifier, a dehumidifier sort of thing. And it's got two speeds on it. One is slow speed, and it's kind of quiet. Philips they say it's about 22 dB. 22 dB measured at what distance away? You wouldn't put a microphone pointing down at a fan where it's just going to blow air at the SPL meter, because then you'll get a false reading. So you've got to measure it off axis away from the fan, so you get a reading. And if it says it's 22 dB, then I don't think it's going to register on any of my SPL meters, because the most they would go down to is about 30 dB on a digital meter. So unless I use the high speed mode, where I do know the fan is going a bit faster, it sounds a lot more audible. I got another one that's a Philips, and that is to clean the air or something by removing any dust or anything. And usually when that is turned on, that's pretty quiet. But it's still audible. I can still point to where it is in the room, and but if it's a video projector, oh, for Christ's sake, most people stick them in the room. I don't know why people stick a projector in the room. You want to look to see if you got anything behind the wall in the room, and if you got anything behind the wall, knock a hole in the wall, make a projection port window, and put the projector behind it, and you'd totally isolate the sound on that projector, and then you would only see the light image on the screen, and that is it. You shouldn't air the projector, otherwise it's going to be the same frequency noise all the time, and you're going to be pointing at it, literally. Yeah, well, you got no choice. You got no choice. I've got options, so and the option was very messy, to knock a hole in the wall, or put a hole in the wall that's only so. I should have made the hole actually a little bit. I should have made it a little bit larger. To go back and do it again, I'd rather someone else do it, and it's a very easy thing to do. But it makes a heck of a mess because it's brick. You get a lot of dust, and it's all got to be sprayed down. Basically, you got to spray it down so that you don't get too much dust coming up, and have a vacuum in there as well. And it's got to be all dust. You got to have it all covered over with dust sheeting, so you don't, it doesn't go all the way everywhere else, because it makes a heck of a mess. And it's only a few inches in the wall, it's only about that much, but it makes a heck of a bloody mess. You think of, you take an OXO cube, and if you can dry it up a little bit, sort of make it a bit more dry, because when you take an OXO, it's got a bit of moist in it, a bit of moistness. And if you can dry it into a powder, and then just grind it, and then you got it in up, and then just throw it up in the air, it just makes just that little cube makes a bloody mess. Bloody hell. I was cleaning up my room for at least 3-4 days. I was still coming across dust that I probably not come that I not not cleaned. Oh, it went everywhere. I had to use a long masonry drill, a long masonry drill, and what I had to do was firstly drill horizontal. So I got a grid where the projection port's gonna go, and I drill all round, literally perforated the wall with holes. And then secondly, I then take the drill and then go diagonal. So I'm drilling up, so I'm breaking up all the brickwork basically. And then I then got a hammer and chisel and then finished it out and then put some load of liquid nail inside it and then cut some MDF wood, fit it inside the pool, make it very clean, and then just stuck a piece of glass on the front, and that was it. That took a couple of days to do, really. That took a couple of days, but made a hell of a mess. Yeah, you just send away. Yeah, just send away. Just send away there. You know, everybody's got a lot on their mind. Hyperactive. You're probably very hyperactive. You are. Just post away, and you know, 1080p is really enough. You don't really notice 4K shit, to be honest. I don't really notice it. The only way you're going to notice if the image, of course, if you go to a low definition or something, a low definition, the image just becomes all smeary, doesn't it? It just becomes kind of like out of focused, sort of very smeary. You got to change the actual grade, the grade of the projector, where the pixels or whatever will be a different size, or you get near to the projector and you can see something visible with the eye. And if you use a magnifying glass, you might see just a little bit more easily. And you think, well, that's a bit distracting, because you don't see that in real life. We don't see that. We'll all we see is what's presented in front of our face, our eyes, uh, you know, light and shadow. So I put it at that angle. It's a different shade of lightness. I put it at that angle, different shade of lightness, light and shadow. That's what makes an image. Get down. There. Get off it. No, there. Get down. Come on. Oh, he's a naughty. He should be on this shrine. This is a shrine, and Bear's a naughty cat. Get away from that there. You're a naughty cat. I've got everything that's dear to me on this shrine. I've got everything dear to me that's on this shrine here. So, I don't know why Bear goes on that shrine. He always jumps up there, and if he knocked the ashes over, it's going to be curtains for that cat. I'm just kidding. Magic, he doesn't jump on it, so yeah, you get cats that are very irritating sometimes. I find my cat Bear to be a very irritating cat. It's okay when he's calmed down, but when he's hyperactive, yeah, I know what he needs. He's using the cat litter now, because when a cat starts running around indoors, a lot, running around really a lot. They want to use the cat litter. That's a sign they want to use the cat litter. Now he wants to use the exercise bike. See, he's bolting around. He's bolting around. Wants to use the cat litter because he knows where the cat litter is. He will use it, but a cat outdoors you know, they go discreet. They go discreetly. So, if you can hear the fan in the projector, okay, you might want to look into it. Sort of why you're hearing that fan, because the projector can't be much any more different than any other projector. Okay, they're all going to generate a heat source level. So there's some very simple things you can buy to test the heat level and such. I've got a thermal one where I can point it at my forehead, and it tells me my temperature is about 36.4. It should be about 37. So it might be a little bit inaccuracy in the you could buy two measurement things the same and test them and think, yeah, this one's showing this reading and this one's showing this reading. So they're not aligned or calibrated. Because I buy a new one. You stick in your ear, take temperature reading, and it's showing like I got a temperature reading of 26 Celsius. You gotta be kidding! I must be a bloody zombie. Night of the my body temperature's way too low for that reading. So I think it's probably badly made in China. China. Yeah, as well as the other one probably made in China. Oh dear. And they say they supply these to the NHS. Though the ones I saw at the NHS look similar, but they're probably a different model. Which I'm pretty sure they've been using the same model for a few years, because it doesn't look like they changed it. Though it's very vague and hard to tell between 2015 and present at now, where they could have changed or upgraded their thermal meters. But I recall my temperature reading from when I had a first heart attack was about 37 Celsius, and when I've gone down the hospital for other injury mishaps, temperature reading 37 Celsius. Only recently they've been saying my temperature is 38.2. I'm thinking, why has it gone that far up? It's not a lot, but why is it increased? Is it something to do with my heart? Or, you know, and nearly all the nurses that come around, they must be using all different, meters. And it's saying 30, 38 something. I'm thinking, that's given me some concern and worry why it's at that temperature. Because that temperature averagely is for a fucking cat. A cat is around about 38 Celsius. So have I, got a cat scratch there, and have I become the cat man? Have I got the DNA of a cat now? Meow. I've got their body temperature. Meow. Crikey. Yeah. I'm now a superhero. Meow. Oh, for Christ's sake. I just think that the instrumentation must be a little bit inaccurate. Because they say, one doctor said one time, oh, well, bloody hell, you got an ECG in your home. Oh, you can have it calibrated. Oh, God. You're misinterpreting the information. I'm not misinterpreting the info. I can see my graph reading on my. It should have It should have a triangular shape with a kind of shape like that. Not kind of like that, but kind of like that. Kind of very weird, kind of triangular shape, and it should repeat per second the same signature, but it's not at the moment. It's sometimes I see almost similar, but then I see a dis- disruption in the signal or something erratic, and it just gives me a little concern. As I am at the moment, laying on the bed, I feel fine. I feel 100%. The moment I stand up, start walking, I go from 100% instantly right down to about 60%. And if it's a little worse, I feel like I'm 50% and think, I'm really pissed off with this. The medication should be making me feel at least a little bit more better by now. Anyway, back to Dolby Atmos and why I think it's utter crap. Utterly, butterly crap. Because you can't spread that crap on butter. Um, I mean, bread. um, yeah, my view, Sonic, is it's not the PK701. I think it's the model below it. It's the model below it because they had two. I think those models are still out, but they're discontinued. Those models that they came out around about 2018 or 2019, I think. Um, they're way discontinued now. That doesn't mean the projector's useless. Come on, think about it. If you're going to have a projector, that and then it's got so much lamp time, and if you only use it, on a film now and then, because you go to the cinema maybe now and then, um, and see it on a projected big, large. That's so that the whole audience can see it. Back in the early days of cinema, the projection image would have been very tiny on the screen, um, and the size of the room would be very small, very few seating in the early, you know, early days before cinema became cinema. Really, it was just like exhibiting something, and people go, "Ooh, wow," to an image that had no sound. Um, mm, yeah, I can't see what model that projector is. I know it's below the 700. Mm. It's got some neat features on it, but the thing you got to do with a video projector is auditioning some of these projectors, like how quick. So if you change the AVR video mode, okay, so you go from Blu-ray player to DVD or VHS, whatever, you switch the video mode. How many seconds does it take until you get a video signal locked on, synced on that projector? How many seconds? For my system, it takes over 10 seconds, and I'm thinking, bloody hell, I could do an aperture plate, lens changeover, masking. I could do all that on 35mm in less than 10 seconds. And that's a lot and that is very complex. You got to stay focused and you got to do all this very quickly because you got film. You can't stop it. The film's running through the projector, and you got a load of basically blank film. So after the trailers and that, and then you got just maybe seconds to make masking change, flip lenses, and aperture plate. you got to mute the sound, otherwise you're going to get a noise coming through the speakers because you've got nothing on the soundtrack playing, and there'll be a lot of noise on it. You got to do all those things in just a few seconds, and yet these video projectors today are so bloody slow. I thought they'd be like fast, but no, they're slow. Um, so if you were to actually connect a source, not not to the AV receiver or anything, so you connect a source, a player. So you got inputs on the projector. Usually, you got multiple inputs, and so if you were to switch and see how many seconds it takes that video projector to get a sync lock on that video signal, and then you stopwatch it, like, because the moment you switch, it should that image should come straight up. And then you got to test the AVRs to see how slow they are. I've got some AVRs that in the cupboard that are probably a lot more faster than a Storm Audio now then, and probably a Trinov as well. But they got Dolby Digital and all that, and they've got different digital circuitry on it, yet they just respond a lot faster. Um, yeah, you got to look into all the pros and cons, because there are quite a lot of pros and cons that most bullshitting YouTubers don't even mention. It's not their fault, really. They're not aware of it. Basically, they're just not aware of it. But if they were become aware and then start looking into how long does it take to switch from this video mode to this video, how many seconds does it take? Because it's supposed to be super fast, isn't it? Best ever. Load of bullshit. Ugh. Hi, do you like the new format streaming for? No, I don't like streaming. I think streaming is a load of junk and rubbish. That's my opinion. I don't usually stream. And stream what? Like looking for the latest movie, like, oh, it's like hot gossip. Oh, I gotta listen to it. I gotta see it. It doesn't tickle my fancy anymore. If I were not as grumpy and boring, say 25 years younger, I'd be jumping all over this bloody streaming like a jackrabbit. Um, but no, I'm just not interested in it. Not interested in it. I couldn't care. I've not watched. I tell it. I've not watched any of that Tom Cruise Mission Impossible crap. Any of that Star Wars new TV show. Any of that. I've not watched any of that at all. Not interested. I was never even interested in the George Lucas spin-off back in the 1980s, which was Ewok Adventure or something like that. I saw it once at the cinema. I thought it sucked. It was a load of rubbish, and it really kind of ruined the Star Wars films itself, because now it's there. It's like a bloody distraction. Bloody awful it was. And I can't say I've ever once, I don't think I've seen that Star Wars holiday special except on YouTube. And it looks absolutely appalling. Um, that completely ruins the whole Star Wars thing itself. Like, they had to make something to put it out there to keep the fans interested while they're making the next movie. Oh dear. They could have just put something else up that was Industrial Light and Magic, or the technical thing. They could have just put more of that up, rather than that abomination holiday special, because at least it would have kept people more technically interested in rather than seeing some what the bloody hell did I just watch? Oh dear. Oh well, good luck if you accept the mission. This tape will self-destruct 5 seconds. Dun, 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 do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do. Do-do-do. Yeah. Uh, I like listening to the Laylo Sharifa, Laylo Sharifa music. Laylo. It's kind of combination of bit of brass, jazz music mixed together, and it's interesting how he came up with that theme that become you know, maybe a household theme that most people could, dun 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 dun, you know, and of course you got other combinations of music like Dirty Harry, Bullet, and you listen to some of the music or instrumentation in some of the instruments, and they say, "Oh, that sounds a bit like Mission Impossible." That little bit there, because every composer, always sounds similar with their music. They made years before he made this music score that become very popular. Um, yeah, they can't even mix music very well in Dolby Atmos, and they might. I don't know what I was watching a video of Mission Impossible. I don't know what I was listening to because I couldn't understand the video because it was in German. Um, but I kind of got the idea and thinking the guy's mostly listening to the overhead surround in the video. It sounded like that music Mission Impossible thing. It sounded like an echo reverb being used in the overhead rather than taking, say, like an individual musical element, okay, and have that play specifically overhead, or have it panning, artistically moving, while there's other instrumentation moving around in different musical frequency notes in the musical notes along the side surround or across LCR. Um, Otherwise, generally, I often hear something that sounds like, oh gosh, they could have done way better than that. I mean, Gravity, you listen to that. There's individuality in the music element in the overhead that's completely the opposite to the LCR and the side and back surround. It's complete opposite. They engineered it nicely, but there's a lot of other films where they just don't give a damn and they just maybe we'll just stick it a little bit and put it up there, and muffle the music, and give it a kind of reverberation echo, rather than having oh wow, oh, because you don't want the audience doing all this, it'd be like everyone's having an epileptic fit and cracking up. Um, but that's what it's supposed to be. Hair every dimension. And most of the time, you don't even hear that dimension because they only utilize a few of the overheads around. Whether they do that in the cinema, I don't know. Um, I notice it on my system sometimes. Only one row of overhead is being used. And I think, is that it? You got to be kidding me. Like Top Gun Maverick, load of crap. it only uses the middle overhead surround with a tiny little itsy bitsy portion used on uh, one of the front overhead. Well, it's still the front, whether it's height one, height two, height three, height four, height five. They use just a little bit, and it's just for a wheezy, stupid little missile that's coming towards one of those stupid aeroplanes, and it's just like, I think, you gotta be kidding me. That I could barely notice it with all the other noise playing in the soundtrack, because you got to have all the balancing very carefully done, and then you might notice it. Otherwise, it would go completely over your head. You wouldn't even hear it. Audio frequency masking effect. It's called audio frequency masking effect. Yeah. Otherwise, the middle use of the overhead was completely useless. Load of rubbish. Totally disappointing. Totally disappointing. And when you see airplanes going like this angle and this angle and whatever, and there's no actual discrete sound for it, because they, as you say, sky is the limit. So if you've got airplanes here, here, and here, and here, they should all be sounding individually in an atmos mix, but they don't, because the screen channel as it is hasn't been really updated since well, I would say probably the 1940s, when they had Fantasound. I think Fantasound 1940, 1941, and then they utilized a very kind of primitive at the time, but it worked, sort of thing. It worked, but it was very early days before really going into mixing discrete sound and everything else. But that hasn't, the speakers behind the screen and the surround and the speakers for you use for surrounds, that sort of configuration really hasn't really changed it to the modern day where it is now. It hasn't really changed that much. Bit disappointing, really. And you get to Atmos, they should have been overhead and below surround. It's not enough. It's not. So, I mean, I think they just, a lot of these manufacturers, Dolby Labs, DDS, Oro, they come out more or less with the first discrete usage of overhead, but they're not the first people to, Otherwise, UCI Tower Park overhead, experimental overhead surround, 1989. If not 1988 at maybe another UCI site before it was Tower Park. Or if I go downtown, Odeon, screen number 1, Cinerama, overhead surround speakers, 1968, or rather 1969, when the cinema reopened after about many months of refurbishment. So that would have probably been in the 1968 when they're doing the refurbishment of the auditorium, and it opened up in 1969. And by around about, I think, 1970, 71, the Cinerama was obsolete, and they went straight back to 35 millimeter, where the screen had to be changed, I guess, because they can't show that aspect ratio, because with the present film type, because it wouldn't be large enough. But yeah, I heard Star Wars, the iconic Star Wars Star Destroyer, day one, Star Destroyer overhead surround, day one, 1978 February. Oh dear. And I've heard a lot of other movies in that screen number 1, as well as screen number 2. Downstairs, they use the speakers on the sidewall, back wall, and overhead. So you're getting sound basically all coming in at the same time. Immersively storytelling, and that was the 1970s. Not every cinema is going to say we got speakers in the ceiling and we're using them. They're not going to tell you because most of the public don't really care. If they can see speakers, the rest of the speakers located, and they'll think, yeah, the sound's coming from those speakers. Like even most people today that are not really, you know, that clever. They got a, I mean, for crying out loud, they got a fucking smartphone, but they know how to work it, but they think because they see what's presented to them, they see the speakers, and they think, I don't know anything about this atmos. So the dialogue and everything else, it comes from these speakers, and no. Speakers are behind the screen. Oh, right. I can't see them. No, they're little holes in the screen, little tiny little holes where the sound comes through. Oh. That's what one person said to me many years ago. Where's the sound come from? It comes mostly from the screen. And you got speakers then for surrounds. But those speakers for surround, they should be hidden so you don't see them. And that's probably the best sound system you can make, is where you give it a little twist and you say, well, we're not going to follow their specification to the letter. We're going to go a little bit further than that and put in something and just see if the audience notices it, you know? And it'll all be hidden. And then you got someone that's technical minded and they'll be guessing, they'll be looking it up on the internet, but they got zero information. There's nothing there publicized. It's all top secret. And so they're guessing, maybe they're using this or using that. And they try and get this and that, put it together and try and think, because they probably don't notice the speakers in the floor or notice the speakers, additional speakers are hidden within the walls. There might be some a little bit higher up, some a little bit lower, because they'll be thinking, well, this was different. This was way. I've seen this movie before at another cinema. It wasn't as good, but this one is way different, way better. So you've got to hide the speakers so they can't visibly see them. Otherwise, once you see them, oh well, so that's how it works. The cat's out the bag, I'm afraid. The cat's out the bag, isn't it, Bear? Cat's out the bag, isn't it? So if you want to try my idea of using below surround, it works, but it's it's better than nothing. It's better than, say, like turning on that Dolby DSU thing for most people turn it on. If they say, oh, there's not much Atmos sound. Atmos is an encoding, decoding. Atmos is a mixing, encoding to decoding process delivery format. That's all it is. And if you're hearing sound on the overhead, that's not Atmos sound. That's they're not Atmos speakers. They're just a speaker. They didn't call it anything really special back in UCI, other than it was just an experimental idea, just to see how it works. Because usually the speakers for surrounds are usually located behind the screen and then along the side walls and back wall, and that's usually how they are in most cinemas. But if you experiment and you think, Plus, oh yeah, we can get away with using minimal speakers for the surrounds, because when you place them at different positions, you got to place more of them, because yeah, our ears are very clever, and then well, that is to very few people, and engineers gonna know, yeah, got to put another speaker there, another speaker, yeah, otherwise it doesn't work, you know. And you look at how many speakers that are then being put in and how much it's cost in cables, speakers, amplifiers. And if you can find another way by putting the speakers up a little bit higher, which they sound a little different, but the sound still gets around immersively, you know, just with the overheads, no side surrounds, no nothing on the back wall. That's how it was at Tower Park, and it worked. I can do the same in my room. I've got a switch box where I can just switch to UCI Tower Park simulation experimental overhead surround, and there's no Trinnov Storm Audio. In fact, there's no home cinema out there in the world that can do it like mine. But you'll be thinking, hmm, you might try it and then think, you know, um, I could do it in stereo. So it works basically um, with a wiring configuration. The wiring is very complicated in the switching box, in the connector lead, because I've got to connect positive, negative, positive and ground, positive, and do it in a certain sequence order to make sure I got the continuity of the sound in that speaker array along the overhead. And on this side here, you know, the left and the right, you know, the sides up here, I've got to make sure it's in continuity and make sure the polarity is correct and so forth. It's not reversed and anything. Um, well, um, and then all I have to do is just um, switch the switcher box, which has got it's just basically a computer data switching box that's used for computers which are connected to a printer. Usually they're connected to a printer or maybe another part of a computer system. A DB25 is a common connector. It's very cheap, and they're 25 pins. And so if I only use positive and ground, that's all I need to use. I don't need to use a negative. I could still connect up a few other connections to it. But all I got is two leads basically coming from the side. It's coming from the side surround, okay? From the side surround, okay, which is the original surround channel, okay. Most people probably don't know that in home cinema to this day, that the side surround, that usually speakers placed on the side wall and then the back wall speakers. But the problem there is no AVR, no Trinnov Storm Audio can duplicate the same sound signal that's on the side surround and then put it on the back wall. Storm Audio can't do it. Trinnov can't do it. Every single AVR that's on the market is impossible to do unless they designed it into the processor or the AV receiver. So you think you heard Star Wars originals? You didn't, because you're only hearing the sidewall surrounds. But if you use any upmixer on DSU, it's going to create a fake stereo surround effect on the surrounds. Star Wars would have had mono matrix surround. So you're cheating yourself at the end of the day. But most people wouldn't know. Most people now are going to be in their 20s, their 30s. They wouldn't have a clue what it would have sounded like back in 1977, 78, or 79, depending on what country it played in and where it gets around. But they wouldn't have a clue. Wouldn't have a clue. It's easy to tell someone, and then if they got a broad idea on sound, and then say, "Yeah, I understand what you're saying," um, but you also got to understand you got to put in so many speakers. You can't just have two speakers on the sidewall and two on and do that effect. It still wouldn't work. It would have things missing in the psychoacoustics. You got to get this Hass effect, called a Hass effect, because sometimes it sounds like the sound is when you hear an image, something moving on the screen channel, and then suddenly I hear it, and it seems like it's rolling across all the speakers, like one speaker independently, but it's not. It's only an illusion, and it gives me a wow effect every time I hear it because that's what I heard at the bloody cinema. Um, it's like listening to the end credits on Star Wars, where the music is playing. I think um, where part is it? The music. Um, Not sure if it'll work on this. Not sure it'll work. It gives me a wow every time I hear it. I get a bloody flashback. Um, I'm sure if it'll work. Go back a bit. And it goes into you've got the string movement and the harps playing, panning on the instrumentation on the LCR. Out there, round about there. Turn that off. So I kind of hear and I kind of like, whoa, I get this like, wow, coolness, um, Hass effect sort of thing. Um, but it's just how the speakers got to be positioned around the seating. So you look at how a cinema is, and you can see how where the speakers are located, and they're usually gaps. So if that was a seat, if that's a seating row there, you'd have a speaker in front slightly and another one behind you slightly, and that kind of gives a diffused effect. And then you got another and another going, and that all makes a difference, to the psychoacoustic effect, and then it goes around the back wall as well. It's called a left half, right half configuration, and that's something that's a word of that's some English word. That's a vocabulary of surround English. That left half, right half. No one talks about it on YouTube. Period. I've not heard anyone saying they got left half, right half proper surround configuration in their home. Um, so if I wanted to duplicate onto the back surround, it's a piss easy thing to do. All I'd do is I'd make another lead connection that's going from the processor, and it will connect onto the other amplifier that's for the back surround. And all I have to do is just press a button, and then I can have the surrounds on the back wall with the same signal, from the original surround channel. Um, and I could still do the overhead one off the bat very easily. Um, I'm also working on putting it below surround. Um, so I can have an additional switching. So the signal will go literally, and then it'll be completely encompassed, literally. I've done some basic simulation where on the Behringer DCX, where I use a DCX um, just solely for the surround, and it's when it's switched into atmos mode or in a different mode, it bypasses the DCX. It's bypassed. Um, I've done a simulation where I can reverse some of the polarity or use the time delay, and then that would then send some of the sound signal into the below surround speakers in the room. And I have to say that scene in where the Empire Strikes Back, I am your father, and you got this wind blowing around. It sounds like, wow, I'm looking around like this rather than just like that. I'm going like all that, like, because it feels like being in that shaft. But if that was done discreetly, okay, with discrete sound, um, you should have the mixers on everybody should be striving for a way to create a sense of like bottomless, because the scene, it takes place more or less on this level, and then you got close up shots and so forth, but it's more or less on this level, and this shaft is down there as well as it's going upward as well, slightly, a little bit. You got to create something there to like to make the audience feel like bring their feet up away from the floor, because they think that, that there's a void opening going about 1,000 foot below them. Um, you know, so you got to create the psychoacoustic effect um, of wind sort of moving around. And like I say, you got to have a lot of speakers for below surround. You got to have a lot of speakers. You can't have too many gaps between the speakers, otherwise it just wouldn't work. Um, and where you're sat and where you would be sat in an auditorium, yeah, or seated, sat or seated, standing, seated, standing up or seated, in floor speakers. Gosh, that wouldn't be cheap. It would be extremely expensive, even if a lot of speakers are selected from cheap to expensive, and they're what they can do and what they can't do, and then how much amplifier power is needed, really, specifically, because you could put low frequency into it as well, um, and give it the floor rumble effect and such, as well as directional sounds moving around before they appear on screen or they're off screen, and they're playing in outer space in a sound. Yeah. And you can hear them moving around and moving them up around the walls and on the ceiling. That's true atmos sound, I would say. That would be like a Mark III version, atmos plus 3x or something. But that's not going to come. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because the moment they come out with something like that, everybody's got to change the entire system, because it'll be obsolete, And to make something that's future proof is bullshit, because Trinov, well, I don't know what they can add on, but Storm Audio, I don't think they can add on too much. I think Storm Audio is a little bit limited to what it can have added onto it. I think the Storm Audio processor is a dreadful processor. It's dreadfully designed. It's an appalling design. Um, just don't like the volume button thing where you turn it so you got to press it, and I can see that as the weakest link. It's the first part on that bloody processor that's going to break, guaranteed. It's going to break. That's the first part that's going to fucking break on it. Yes. Oh dear. See, doing this, I know where I hear the sound. Now, if I close my eyes, and do this, I hear the sound moving around my face. I have not heard that in a Dolby Atmos film mix yet, with a POV, a point of view sort of thing, where the camera's looking, and I think I've got a movie that is a POV. It's called Hardcore Henry. Uh, some cybernetic robot human whatever. I don't know what the movie's about really. You don't really see much, a whole lot. But it's mostly POV sort of thing. I might put that movie on again and sort of, because I've only played it once, and I don't really care for all the gun violence in it. I might put it on again and give it another revisit, re-listening, because it might have some interesting sound elements in it, and may have some hidden Easter eggs, where they got certain sound images layered, soundtracks, because there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of elements of soundtrack element laid in on, and say, the surround channel, or each of the stream channel, or whatever. Hundreds of tracks, literally, if not thousands. um I think most of those thousands or whatever are going to get audio frequency masked, and you're not going to really notice it, um, unless, I suppose, the speakers themselves, because if you got amplifier and you got power on that amplifier, that's good. Okay, you got enough amplifier power. Now you need to correct the crooked speaker frequency response, which is up and down by plus and minus 3 dB, whatever, when it's measured up close, that is. And you think it needs to be a little bit better. It needs to be almost flat, because that's how, when you run a frequency sweep on the amplifier itself, it's literally smooth. If you zoom in on it slightly, on the Room EQ Wizard, and then zoom in a little bit on that frequency graph that you just done on the amplifier, or maybe the processor itself, and then you can see, yeah, it's still got margins of maybe plus and minus something going on there. Yeah. So really, this Dirac and all that crap, you need a system where it firstly corrects the processor and gets those tiny dB type, even though you get some bullshitting people coming along on a forum site saying, "Oh, yeah, really, when if I can see it, then it's there. It's not flat. It needs to be spot on flat." So you got to do the processor, and then you got to run a frequency sweep independently on the amplifier. So, and then you got to run the processor with the amplifier, and then see what the result on that looks like. And then look at the loudspeaker, which is going to be way worse, way worse. It's going to be all over the show. And that's got to then be corrected. Yeah. And then listen to the soundtrack, and then you got to think, I wonder if that soundtrack was really engineered within a plus and minus dB tolerance. It's got to be within a plus and minus dB tolerance, or was it measured, or was it done literally so everything is down to almost, you know, because at the end of the day, it's a bullshit soundtrack that's fabricated. Okay, real life sound, when things happen, you only hear it once. You don't hear it twice. You only got one time to hear it. With a soundtrack recording, you can play it back over and over and over, and not necessarily will sound the same all the time. If you change your positioning in the seat slightly, it's always going to sound a little bit different-ish, slightly. Or if you make any alterations to the room itself, it's going to sound a little bit different. You could have a sound frequency imaging where it needs to be coming at our ears directionally, and then you change something in the room, and now that sound is not, all that frequency part of the frequency range, in the pink noise and sine wave tone, or so. Now it's in a completely different position. You only have to move those speakers just a tiny little fraction. That's all you need to do. Tiny little fractions, because the sound is going to reflect and go at, or it's going to reflect on a surface somewhere, and then it's going to reflect back on an untreated wall surface. But if you got it absorbed, then you minimize that issue, and then the sound would come more like it's coming from that speaker over there, where you need to be hearing it from. You need to be listening at that position and that position. Yeah, I've probably still got a few spots in my room where it might be, you only have to have a little bit of surface area where it's not treated, and then sound's going to reflect on it and then reflect back. Just as another way to say to check reflection is putting a microphone very close to the wall. Okay, you can use a RTA microphone, Ring EQ Wizard RTA, or you can use an SPL meter. You put it very close to the wall, and then you got a sound then playing in the room, and then you measure it. Okay, very close to the wall, you measure it. Okay, it has a certain level. Okay, now you take some absorbent material, slip it in between so it's flat against the wall surface, and you got the microphone. You're going to see a different reading completely. You're going to see that needle on the SPL meter drop down by a few dB. So it works, this stuff. Okay, so you could be rest assured about the skepticism. It works, because some people were complete thinking skeptical. I don't think it'll do anything. I brought a material that it's got a certain density in the material, and I know my surround speakers are reflective. On the side of the boxes, they're reflective. They got nothing on them. They're just wood. The wood finish on it, and I know the sound coming from the speakers behind the screen. At least the HF horns. I can forget about the bass, because you're not going to really notice it. But it's going to be more, And I did some testing. I played some pink noise on the HF horn. Put the microphone close to the side of the surround speaker where it's all bare, laminated. That's all it is. It's just got some lamination on it over the chipboard. And I saw an SPL reading and so forth. I tested it with RTA. I tested it again with SPL meter. And then I put the material in between before I glued the material onto the side of the speaker, and I saw somewhere like, I can't remember if it's a 3 or 6 dB drop in the level, and I thought, wow, that's usually unheard of to see that dB drop go down that far. But it depends what frequency or frequencies are reflecting onto the surface, because you got to measure that with RTA again and see which frequencies. Okay, because if I generated a sine wave tone, and a sine wave tone would be very, very awkward, because the microphone, I would have to make sure it's on a tripod mounted, and it can't have any tendency whatsoever to move. It's got to be in a fixed position, and then I've got to very carefully move the material into place. Okay, because if I make any movement, moving my hands around or arms around while there's a sine wave tone playing with an SPL mic, you would start seeing the needle slightly moving slightly. So you got to be absolutely precision careful. Though it's not like a ticking time bomb, but you got to be very careful with how you do the testing and measurement. And then you should then see a drop down in the the needle on the meter. So you start to see, okay, it's doing it at that frequency, and then test other frequencies and so forth. But it worked. It worked. So I've still got to put that material on the rest of the speakers and on the surrounds, because I could see at this angle and that angle, the HF horn will have line sight with that speaker, that surround speaker, and that surround, and sound may possibly reflecting onto it and then reflecting back and then causing an anomaly in the frequency and making the sound go off in a totally different direction. Only needs to be in certain frequencies, and then it completely throw you off. Put headphones on and listen. I think, yeah, I hear that. Take them off, have another listen. Move around the room, move from seat to seat, have a listen, listen, listen. Yeah, it's a very boring, empty hobby, I think. Home cinema audio. It's a very empty, boring hobby. So yeah, I'm kind of technically minded. I only wouldn't mind if I had this knowledge 25 years ago, because it takes it's learning experience. It's learning experience. Otherwise, you go to school, an audio school, and you probably pick all this information up, all in one go. And otherwise, it's typing in keywords, googling information, and then looking at other people's research. But yeah, your room should be completely absorbed, just like a multiplex auditorium is completely absorbed. Most people just don't bother doing it. They cut corners thinking, I'll put this stupid acoustical panel. I just bought it. It's wow. Look at how stupid it looks. And they fit it to the wall. Oh, it's a diffuser. So sound partly is going to go in, get absorbed, and the other rest of the sound's going to get reflected. Oh, for God's sakes. And they got them randomly placed, one there on the wall, another one over there. You might as well just do the whole bloody wall and the ceiling as well. Otherwise, what's the point? And then what the bloody hell do most of these home theatres do? They go stick posters all over the fucking wall. Oh, well, good on you. It's your home theatre. You do what you want. You're just going to create reflections back onto your wall surfaces. The posters, they belong in the hallway, not in the home cinema room. You don't see posters in cinema auditoriums now, do you? Hello, idiots. So if I go around and someone's bragging, I think, bloody hell, I'm hearing reflection on that bloody poster. And I could say, oh, yeah, I can prove it easily. Have you got a blanket or anything? I'll just put a blanket over it. Oh, oh, amazing. Now we don't hear that reflection anymore. Ah, I mean, my room is not perfect. I've got equipment that's all down on one side, and I know mostly that's going to be reflective. Um, but minimize as much reflection as possible. But you got to embrace it, because in the real world there is an there's an unheard amount of reflection. I wouldn't begin to think how many. It's far too much to control and equalize it, and basically it's impossible. um, yeah, yeah, like this room. I used this room one time as a home cinema, and had the system up that end, or all the LCR and everything. JBL Control 5 speakers at the time they were, and then I had a JBL Control 1 fitted on the ceiling. Probably still see where I got some of the little holes in the ceiling. I had so 1, 2, 3, 4. I had about 4 of them located on the ceiling. And this is before Dolby Atmos, mind you. UCI Tower Park inspired me, and I had I think a few on the side wall over there. Couldn't really put one near the door there because that was a bit awkward. Um, because really, I was thinking of turning everything around in the room, because the door only presented a problem. And also, I had a piece of wood fitted on the wall, and then I could just experiment with the surround position and just move it there or move it there or whatever. And I think that's okay. You know, um, so there was about, I think, 1, 2, 3. I think I had 4 speakers on the back wall here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's it. 12 speakers. 12 JBL Control 1. And I used a matrix overhead surround effect by using the rear back surround on the matrix decoder for an overhead surround, and add an EX kind of back surround, yeah, and then the sides. But the problem was that the room was pinging and reflecting. It wasn't absorbed at the time, and I was noticing an echo pinging reflection. Independence Day airplane flying through the Grand Canyon. The fuel gauge is the fuel is getting exhausted. You got to either eject, ditch the plane, whatever. And then this bleeping sound, beep, 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 beep. And all I can hear was a reflection over this side on the wall. And it was so annoying, because I know the sound effect is coming from up there. And all I'm hearing is this pinging echo reflection. Oh, so you got to totally absorb the walls, and then your sound is where it's then located. They say making a room too dead, and it's a load of bullshit. If you're gonna believe that bullshit, then believe that bullshit. It's total bullshit. It's just someone out there. Oh, they want to get in there and put the acoustic and just make money from you and milk you like a fucking cow. Crooked crooked bunch they are out there. There are a load of crooked people out there. Yeah, it's like this other YouTube channel. It's load. It is. Yeah. Every time I think I look at the video, it shows a oh geez, what does it show? It shows an image, okay, and you think, oh wow, maybe he's going to do something different this time. The moment you click on it, you got a bloody blackboard. This guy again, writing on a blackboard. Oh, for God's sakes. He doesn't do anything practical and show practicality. I was thinking of doing a video, maybe in a live video, because I can't really record it because it would be extremely long. Do it in a live video, and I'm going to do a test with a microphone very close to a speaker, have it on the oscilloscope, so I can see the waveform, and then maybe switch between RTA, and then I'm going to move that speaker very close around the walls, near to the walls, move it around the room, but have the microphone pretty close to the speaker. So I'll probably use one of my little JBL Control 1 speakers, because that's manageable to hold it and move it around easy. Because I got an idea, I've got a theory test I like to try. And I like to try that and see what the results look like, which of course I've got a little speaker there, haven't I? And I know if I play pink noise on it and then move it close to a wall, I know what it's going to sound like. It's going to make a, you can hear this, or and go faster. You get a whooshy effect. But it's a little bit more than that. I'll be looking for something a little bit more than that. And where to try and apply that. If I get any findings, where to try to apply it to. Yeah. That's testing, But this guy does this blackboard thing and all this nonsense all the time. Oh God, it's a little bit long in the tooth, It's really boring and tiresome. It's like, oh God, is this leopard ever changes spots, for crying out loud? It's always the same bloody thing. It's like Audioholics, Gene DeSella. Doesn't he do something practicality, He's always physicality. He's like physicality, I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger. Ah, yes. Doesn't he get out the chair and do something practical and try and show, so he can see for himself and see, and everyone else can see, oh, right. Because everyone's always thinking, we'll move a sub bass speaker, we'll place it here, and we'll move we'll get down on the hands and knees and crawl around the floor. You don't have to do that. You only have to use a microphone on a boom stand, okay, on a microphone boom, and then just move the microphone around, and you'll be able to see it on the RTA in real time, like where the dips and peaks are located. And when you find a position, like, oh, that's good, and then do a bit more sweep, moving the microphone around and such, and think, yeah, it's good enough within this range area. Mark the position with some tape, get some masking tape or something, and just mark its position, and then go around the rest of the room and just look for these positions, for the bass areas as such. Otherwise, you got two ears, okay? It's going to be extremely difficult with two ears to crawl around the floor listening to bass, because when you got a microphone, it's only a single microphone. Now, if you use it two microphone, and then you put it through an audio mixer, okay, and then you turn the pan pots, one to the left, one to the right, and now it's basically those microphones are acting like stereo. Otherwise, you might as well put an earplug in one of your ears and crawl around the floor, because one ear is going to hear the tone within just a short distance. Like, oh, this what it's louder there, and it's quiet on this side. And you could do by putting finger in one ear, doing that, and you notice, oh, it's louder there and softer there. So you're getting crawling around. The bass crawling is a little bit inaccurate, because the signal really is coming from the sub is only a mono signal, and it's just outputting into the room, reflecting on every room surface, going everywhere in the room, literally at the speed of sound, and it's pinging, it's zigzagging, ping, 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 very fast speed, and you don't have to have it loud or so. You could, and it does the same bloody, Anyway. Two microphones. You could put two microphones or just have a single microphone and just move it around the room, move it around the floor. Even have someone with that speaker, okay? Because it doesn't really matter what size sub it is. As long as it can reproduce the output and you see the frequency, that's all that matters. And then you could put a big sub there, but you got to be careful where you've got a big sub. I got big cinema subs, but they're too close. The driver itself, I think, is a little bit too close to the floor. And I think what I should do is, it's going to be very awkward, very, very awkward, is turn those subs over upside down so the driver will be a little bit higher up. Even though some frequencies, though omnidirectional at certain frequencies, anyway, the point is some of that sound's going to hit the floor first, hit the ceiling second, the walls thirdly, and outputting maybe coming direct to me maybe in the fourth, or it might be first, and it depends. So it's going to be one reflection first floor, because that's the nearest position. Boundary surface, the boundary surface is going to be the floor first. That's why you go into a cinema auditorium, the subs are usually located a little bit off the floor. Now then, they're at least meters off the floor. You see some of the classic cinemas, though very few of them are around. But a typical multiplex is very squarish, and those subs are not usually located on the floor. They're usually a little bit higher up. As long as they reproduce the sound, okay, and you feel it occasionally. But the left, center, right, or the left or the 5-screen speaker, they're mostly reproducing all the bass most of the time, and the LFE is only as and when on the film mix, as and when. But mostly you should be feeling all that bass coming from the screen channel. That's what a lot of home theaters are probably not doing right. So you got speakers, tower speakers, and you got this stupid little center channel, and you think it's just for dialogue. You play the movie 2010, the aero braking, and you're going to find that center channel is going to get broken. It wouldn't be able to withstand the dynamic range. It would just get broken. You don't need to buy. You need proper JBL cinema PA speakers in the home, and they're so cheap. You don't have to spend thousands on SBS speakers. SBS Prime, a load of rubbish. Clip speakers, tower, clip, load of rubbish. JBL Synthesis, daylight robbery. um, X JBL Cinema PA speakers, and you're set. You're set. You wouldn't have. You, when you die, they can bury you with those bloody loudspeakers. That's all you need. You don't need audiophile 500 grand uh, per speaker. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Um, because you look at the specs on those speakers and then think, bloody hell, it's that price, okay? At that price, that's like having an entire fucking PA rig outdoors. You know what I mean? The speakers, the amplifiers, the processors, probably everything right down to the truss, all the truss work and everything. Stage, oh, for crying out, 500 grand for a fucking audiophile single speaker. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Bellevue. Anyone checking into Bellevue? That's a place where they not all right up there in the head. Yeah, just get some JBL Cinema Professional and you're ready. You're set to go. They use JBL is nearly used on all dubbing stages to cinema auditoriums. Calypso Cinema PA speakers, probably about that much. JBL have about that much of the market. And you got Carrick speakers, which is Australian. Again, they're probably like Calypso. They've probably only got a small portion of the market. So JBL. And what does JBL? James Boulevard Lansing, or if you happen to be church going, you know, there are very lot of church going people out there. Jesus Blessed Lord. Yeah, you got some religious JBL there. And it will create a dividing, and you're going to have a lot of bickering going on. Ah, my Calypso speakers are better than your JBL. Bullshit. My JBL are Jedi blaster lightsabers. Screw you, Calypso. Jedi blaster lightsaber. Is it coincidental that Thomas and Holman selected the JBL 4675A Classic that went into THX cinemas in 1983? The speaker was introduced in 1982, and it was by far the best speaker, period, ever made. And it had stayed in cinemas for quite a few decades until, you know, they improve on the modeling and they phase it out, and you know, but still that's all you need in the home. If your room is large enough, a JBL 4675A is all you need. 3 of them, if you can do 3. If you got five screen output capability from your AV receiver or AVP, whatever, then use 5 of them going behind the projection screen and you're set. You are set. And it's going to cost way cheaper than, you know, but you got to keep an eye on the eBay, you know, got to look out for the good prices, because at the moment there's still a few prices that are a little bit steepish, whereas before I've seen those prices cheap. I could have had those same speakers a few years ago from Twickenham Film Studios. I only ended up buying their surround speakers that went in one of their famous dubbing stages. So I got some very famous surround speakers in my room. I should have got them autographed. Re-recording mixer. I was going to buy their 4675s, but they were about £500 each. And I thought, blimey, that's cheap. Because at most they're about 1,000 or so on eBay and such now and then. And I thought that was a cheap, but I couldn't fit them in the room. I wanted to get 5 of them. No, not 5. No, they only had three of them. That's it. They only had three. They only had three of them for one of their LCR. But I measured the base cab. The base cab would fit, but the HF horn. So the base cab is about that wide. The HF horn is just a little bit wider, and I measured it many times, and it just wouldn't fit behind the screen. It was just too wide, far too wide, because my room has got a chimney breast that's right behind that wall there. There's a chimney breast, and it sticks out by 18 inches, which is about 18 inches was the diameter of a sub bass speaker. So it's 18 inches, and if the chimney breast wasn't there, I could have fit those speakers in the room, because I'd have to also increase the projection screen size so it goes from sidewall to sidewall. I don't want the image, like I see in some of these rubbish home theatres where the projection screen's kind of there in the middle. It's there in the middle of the room, and there's all this wall space completely wasted. And they put, what the blazes do? They stick the left and right channel outside the screen area. Oh, that's up to you if you want to do that. Otherwise, now Indiana Jones' footsteps in Raiders of the Lost Ark is not going to match the screen position. Tom Holman mentions all that. By moving the screen speakers away from the screen, you create problems, because sound is no longer now going to match the screen. Yeah. And as for another thing with Dolby Atmos, the front wide speakers, load of rubbish, utter rubbish. There's one guy goes around bragging how great they are, and then he goes listening to other Atmos soundtracks, and then gets disappointed with like what he's listening to or what he sees on the level meters, and it's like, this movie's been playing for 2 hours, and these front wide channels have only done a little bit for a few seconds. Oh, what a scam! What a con! So front wide, actually, that idea, front wide, again, I have to say, that's my fucking idea. I came up with that fucking idea long before it was put into an AV receiver. Front wide speakers like Dolby Z, remember Dolby Pro Logic 2 Z? And then I think they had Odyssey, and there was something going on there with a front wide sort of, I was cottoning onto that at least a couple of years before that fucking thing was invented. But I was typing it on the internet and putting the idea out there, and someone's been reading around on the internet, because they have internet spies, okay? Idea manufacturers, looking around, because guess what? Like Hollywood, they're completely out of fucking ideas for new movies, and so they're looking, seeing what people are thinking, and I was hearing what is called a phantom sound. Sometimes it's usually on the left surround and the left front speaker, or it'd be on the right surround and the right front speaker. And these usually, in some film mixes, I'm hearing a sound image, but I'm kind of going like moving, thinking it's a bit distracting. I need it actually positioned on a new loudspeaker, so I know it's coming from that position, because it's only a phantom mono signal that's placed equal in frequency, time, and phase on the side surround and the front speaker, and occasionally in a film mix I notice it. I noticed it on Saving Private Ryan. Um, I think the Mummy, you know, the 1999 movie, The Mummy. Um, a movie called Flight. It had Jodie Foster and Sean Bean, who didn't die in the movie apparently, because he every other movie he's been in, he always dies. Um, it was called Flight, and that was a good thing where they were in the flight cabin and they're putting all the luggage up in the wassets, and I was hearing voices or sound effect, and I heard this. There it is again. I'm hearing that thing again, you know, and I think it needs to play on a new loudspeaker. So the idea I came up with was using two ProLogic decoders, so that one is connected to the side surround, one is connected to the front, you know, the front one, and do the same thing on the other side. And then once it's all calibrated and everything and set up right, and then all I have to do is have the center channel output from the decoder, okay, go to an amplifier and a speaker, and that speaker will be. But that was the thing. I was thinking, where do I really place the speaker? Do I place it in between the wall, or do I place it a little bit forward along the side of the wall? And that was the thing. I never actually put the idea practical reality. Um, but if I did, it'd sound a lot better than this fucking front wide, because what I hear in it sometimes is like, um, needs to be more active all the time, you know. But yeah, I'll give you another example of how lousy it sounds when it's in discrete front wide. The movie Midway, you know, the remake movie Midway, not the censor round version. Um, and this the beginning where they're shooting around in Pearl Harbor and such, and I thought I, I I didn't at the time have any real speakers to connect up, and I thought, okay, I'm going to unplug these cables and connect it up and to these speakers, just so I can listen to these front wide channels, okay. And what I heard was extremely disappointing. I heard the planes going like, I thought, and then the battle Pearl Harbor is finished, and I'm thinking, is that it? You gotta be kidding me. I was hearing more other sound effects on the other channel, and all there is just these little. You gotta be kidding me. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Um, it may work better on other movies, you know, where it might be utilized a little bit more effectively. But you get these other movies, you think the movie's really hyped up too much, and yet you get one movie that's not really hyped up too much, and they tend to utilize it very well. Yeah, it's a kind of mixed bag sort of thing, but front wide is, believe me, you're not going to miss anything. It's even worse in Star Trek Beyond. It's even worse on that. And the funny thing that makes me laugh is the sound that I hear doesn't even match the continuity of the image on the screen, where you see Captain Kirk and this other guy. They're having a fight near the end of the movie, right? And they're floating around in zero atmosphere on this space station, and I'm hearing these stupid little, again, this sound effect sort of thing. Yet those sound effects are way over here. Their positioning is here on the screen. It doesn't make sense to hear a sound over there when they're there. It's, whoever mixed that, oh, for crying out loud. Dear, oh dear. So it's like, um, there's a thing that I got that no other people have got. I'm an ex-projectionist, so I'm a bit more technically minded. I'm retired, of course. I haven't done projections since 1998. That's when I finished it. Quit with Warner Brothers. I started with UCI Cinemas, CIC UCI Cinemas, 1989. But I'd done a little I helped out what this guy one time, but pity really. He had a drive out cinema thing. Like the Americans, they have this drive out cinema thing, which was in the town, and it's a pity I didn't get to know the guy a little bit earlier and could have had a little bit more fun with it. Um, but it was just the last week, and he said, "I got bad news." I said, "What's that?" Uh, I'm packing this all up. It hasn't done very well, and this will be the last season. I'm packing it up, and I said, "Oh, so sorry to see that happen." And yeah, but I just helped him out for the last week or so. Um, um, Projectionists are also called perfectionists, and not every projectionist is thinking sound. Some people like to l- talk about ampage and voltage, that goes onto the rectifier, onto the lamp house on the projector. They're so fascinated by the electric, or some posters, or some generally just, I'm just doing it just for a job. I don't really care for film. um, you get that mixed bag of projectionists. Um, so me, I like the voltage because that's important. Um, the color on the film, the aspect ratio. I prefer CinemaScope, or CinemaScope. I prefer scope films that are filmed in with genuine anamorphic lenses, not this Super 35 crap. Um, because that's just a poor man's version of, they can't be asked to change the lenses and whatever, and they're just faking it at the end of the day. I just prefer scope movies. I really like when you got the mask in, it's there in 185, and then you open it up and it's, you know, can't even get it right there. Geography, because the camera must be out of position. So I don't, and you get you got to change the aperture plate, flip the lens over from flat to scope. You got to mute the audio. Oh crikey! You got so many little things to do in just a few seconds, and it's a kind of magic. It's a kind of magic. One projector, one film, one presentation, and it just looks like magic. It just looks like those TV broadcasts where they do a fade and you see all the smoothness, going in from one thing to another. And you can't do that. You can't duplicate that with home cinema. The video projectors are too slow in responding. The AV receiver is too slow in responding. Um, you have to have everything. Um, Maybe the ripping the movie, putting it on a disc, put some advertisement and trailers on it, and a Dolby trailer as well, or DTS, whatever. Um, and have that all on one disc, and then you wouldn't have to switch. Otherwise, you got to switch. Once you switch video mode, you got to wait so many seconds. Could be 10 or less seconds until it's got a signal lock. Um, you got less than that also, or about maybe 15 or 10 seconds to do a changeover very quickly. So you got to be standing by. You rehearsed it so many times, like a NASA astronaut. You rehearsed it, and so you know what to do, and you do it. You can't be distracted away from it, otherwise the audience are going to notice it. Yeah, and then once it's all done, then you just finalize, check the focus on the BBFC, British Board of Film Classification, and you title, and you just do a little sharpening focus, and then wait for the actual movie to actually play. And then once that's got some visual credits on it, and then just check it, because the BBFC thing will be completely different to the actual film print. So you just got to make sure, and then just watch the film for a couple of minutes, confident that, okay, it's going to play without any problems. And then just have your coffee break, and then go on to the next film later, start it up. Yeah, it's a very, and you get a crap pay wage, and you get a crap pay wage at the end of the week. You can't play it today because digital cinema is crap. It's soulless. It doesn't have any showmanship that is behind it. Yeah, it's soulless. It's button pushing is all it is button pushing. I remember the chief projectionist telling everybody when we go into the main projection room, which was screen number 5, and he's got a whiteboard up there, and he's doing theory, and he's testing everybody how we remember and what we know about it, and going through all the origins of film, how it from past to present, and maybe what might be ahead. But the one thing he said, I don't want my projection team here to be button pushers. I want you all to be thinkers. I want you to be able to think. I don't want button pushers on my team. Yeah. And that's probably what a lot of, all these kaleidoscope people there, they're just button pushers. And all these other cinemas today, button pushing. They just load the bloody film up onto the servers, and oh god, and then button pushing, and then that film would play in that screen, and then later on it will play in that screen, and that screen again, and that screen, and then in the evening it'll move over to this screen over here, and then up, and then back up to this other screen. Oh, for God's sakes! You always got to check, right? Don't just go to a cinema and think, oh yeah, you want them, because you want to go into the best screen, don't you? The best auditorium. So you always got to check what screen number it's playing in, and you think, oh crikey, we missed it, so it's playing in this. We'll come back tomorrow. It'd be in that auditorium. And sometimes they got big movies, or a movie that might have a better atmos. Yeah, it's stuck in a non-atmos auditorium, 7.1. And they got some overhyped Tyler Swift crap playing in Dolby Atmos. Oh, God's sakes! Is that what cinema's become? Oh dear. I could see Sir David Lean's eyes rolling. Dear. Cinema is original. Television isn't. That's how he spoke. He spoke in a sort of calm voice like that. Television is original. Not. Television came after cinema. Cinema was around long before Logie Bear invented the television. Um, so cinema is original, television isn't. And that he said that during the May restoring of Lawrence of Arabia, because the film had been cut up into bits and pieces and pan and scan on TV. So you're missing most of the photography, even though the TVs in the home at the time might have been 20 inches, 26 inches. Very rare back then, 1970s or so. You're going to get a TV that's a little bit bigger than that. Until they came along, of course, like 30 inches, and they're very big and heavy CRTs. And then they had rear projection. They had video projectors. Video projectors have been around for decades. Video projectors have been used in the NASA moon landing. That's back in the 1960s. Video projectors have been around for a long time. And they have them in the corners in the mission control room. And they're pointing. So those big things you see on the walls, that's video projection. And they got a control room way up in the back somewhere where where someone's controlling the monitors and the things on the screen. So it's a bit of a setup that. Yeah, but I think those video projectors they had at the time were probably only about that size. Very not very large. Uh, Now you go and look for some archival footage, and you can see in the corners. Oh, it's a video projector. One in that corner and one in that corner, and there might be one in the middle somewhere. I think. Um, hmm, um, That'd have been very basic resolution as well. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you could get one of those on eBay. I wouldn't be surprised. But I doubt it because they would have only had so many. I'm not sure what lamps and specs, they had to be periodically lamps replaced and so forth. Yeah, yeah. Um, Cinema is original, television isn't. uh, so true. It is so true. It's like video projection is original. LD flat screens isn't. Because how the heck are you going to put speakers behind that screen and sound come out? You'd hear sound, but it's going to be muffled. You wouldn't hear any direction. You're not going to get any high frequency. um, yeah, a complete waste of time. Those stupid flat things. It's just a gimmick. It's just another way of snake oil. And there's a lot of shameless people going around on YouTube trying to promote all that junk rubbish like they think it's the future. I would just simply keep a simple OLED, if you can, in a room and still position it somewhere and still got a video projector up there somewhere. Or maybe you can drag the OLED into the room, or put it on one side and then drag it. So sometimes you don't want to always use the video projector because unless you know how much the lamp costs, and um, that lamp has got a very short running time. Okay, compared to other projectors where they got that much running time, and so you know you're going to have a spare lamp ready So you don't want to order it, you want it ready, so when that lamp gets finished, change it out, and then order another lamp. So you keep the lamps going, so to speak, like just the same way as you buy milk, you put it in the fridge, and you get it very low, and then you buy another carton of milk, so it's standing by ready. So when you finish that one, you go over to the other one. Just like we have usually. Well, get off of there. There. Get down. Oh, you cheeky cat. You are a cheeky. You are cheeky. Oh, he's a cheeky cat, that bear. I wouldn't be surprised. At most homes wouldn't even have spare bulbs, light bulbs. I don't. I've just realised I don't have any spare light bulbs. That one in there, that's an LED type sort of thing. So that's been pretty good going. The one in the hallway, that's good. The kitchen is a fluorescent. I replaced that one, I think 2 years ago. I replaced it. I replaced the fluorescent, and that had been really good going for about 10 years almost. Yeah. Um, but the fluorescents, they're very cheap. They're not expensive. So I replaced that one, and the starter as well, I think, which is a thing that pushes in. It's like a BNC, like a bayonet sort of thing. To push in, and you turn it. So they're very cheap. They're cheap as chips. The lights in the room, they're LED. They can malfunction easily. An LED can go out, and then you think, well, what spec type is that LED? Because all I need to do is desolder it and then solder another one on position. Otherwise, they're cheap as chips. You buy a strip, and you unplug it, and then you put another one in, clip it, plug it in, put it in, screw it in position, job done. But they last quite a while, but they've only got a light expectancy of so many hours. I've got some that are completely knackered. I might as well just throw them in the bin because they're completely useless. Because, like I say, the cheapest chips. But some video lamp projector ones could be 400, 800. Bloody hell, that's a bit pricey, isn't it? But you wait a while because you've got that projector. Guess what? It gets discontinued, and then the price on that lamp suddenly comes down a bit. So you can still go out and buy that lamp and keep that projector, keep it going. That's what they do in cinema. Projectors are built to last, and yet you got all this crappy 4K projector crap in the cinema today. Guess what? Those projectors have only got a service use for maybe so many years, and then they throw the whole projector out. Oh, yeah, so much for this firmware bullshit. Wave to the future. Yeah, right, sure. And the bloody thing's thrown out and then replaced with something else. And guess what? The damn things cost more than a 35mm projector. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. I don't go to cinema anymore because I don't like it because it's a load of rubbish. It's exactly the same as it is in the home. The home, the cinema has become the home cinema. Back when it was, go back 25 years, that's, a little bit late. That's the late 90s. That's the upper late 90s, that is, about 25 year. 1998, I think. 1990, 1998, I think, roughly. Or 1999. No, 1999, I think, yeah. No, need to go back about another year or so. 1999 is not a good year. Star Wars, crap. Digital light projection being introduced into cinemas. Poison pill. Most projectionists would probably seen it coming and then think this is the beginning of the end. This is the end of fucking cinema as we fucking know it. Because these fucking things are going to be fucking swarming all over, and yeah, this would be gone. And what's the fucking, it's like fucking home cinema now. Oh dear. Where you got on film, you got real color, real image, far better colors than this digital crap. And though everything has a pro and con, if you have a video camera looking at 35 mil, or if you can adjust the frame rate so you don't see the flicker effect, okay, because the flicker effect is caused mostly by the fan blade that's in the projector. It's a free blades, and it's turning light on off very very fast. So when the if you turn that fan thing mechanism off, you'll just see film running down, like you'll just see like a blurry image. Yeah. And if you try this trick, right, by close one eye, put it up in front of your eye, and then do that, you create a strobe effect. You'll be able to see a still image, a single still image there, and then but you can't maintain the speed, so it drops out of sync, but you're just creating a strobing effect. That's all. So you got to minimize that flicker effect, and but you still see the same. You go into a cinema today, you point that camera at the projection screen, and you can see color roll bars moving down the screen. But if you adjust the frame rate so it's corrected, the camera then won't see it. Our eyes can't really see it, but the camera can see it. So therefore it must exist. It's like Mr. Spock saying to Captain Kirk, "It is there, Captain, but it isn't." Are you trying to be humorous, Mr. Spock? Never, Captain. That's like, yeah, you try it, and you'll see it. You see it on the video projectors, and then I think, what's it? My phone camera. It corrects it kind of pretty well. Corrects it pretty well. I got another camera thing. It might be this laptop, and it might see some roll bar sort of effect. I got my Sony Handycam, 4K Sony Handycam, and I could adjust the frame rate on it and the iris level, the white level. I can adjust that, and then I could get a perfect image. Otherwise, if I adjust it so I see these roll bar things and think about it, how to minimize it, because the issue is the projector. And if you test every other projector that's out there, every other projector is always going to be a little bit different. You're going to see something a little bit like, and it's only down to probably maybe the lamp, or maybe the LCD, or the crystal display thing that's used for the image, or it could be the electronics, it could be the power supply or the power regulator supply, because that's got to supply voltage. And if that's got a signal noise in it, okay, that's going to show up and it will create a signal waveform. So, all these people like that do this bullshit on YouTube, what they Youth Man and all that other bunch, doing video projectors shootout. Oh dear. They are not doing a shootout because they have not looked into the whole electronics on those projectors. If I had a bit more of the electrical knowledge, I'd be looking totally into that and seeing which one is flawed or which one can be improved because the manufacturer didn't make the effort to improving it. Because I think all video projectors should be built equal. But they all got stupid price tags on them, and basically at the end of the day they just put a light image onto a screen, and yet they got some stupid prices on it, thinking that's expensive, that must be better and great. And if it is, well, bloody hell, a JVC at 37 or 40 grand, that's about the price of a 35mm projector, for Christ's sake. It should last decades. You only have to keep changing the lamp. Oh, but the ego. Oh, they got 8K now. Oh, 8K. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. People are not going to stand for it because the player's got to be changed, even though you still have the standard player you got, and the new player is going to be able to play CD, DVD, Blu-ray, 4K, 8K. No one's going to stand for it because here we go again, restarting all the catalog titles. It's at 0, and the other catalog titles are like literally like that. They're like maybe over 1 million or so. They're nowhere near in the billions, I don't think. Well, maybe they are somewhere in the billion range on the Blu-ray discs. That's TV shows, movies, music concerts, you name it. The catalog title has got to be somewhere near, if not maybe near to 1 billion. The movie catalog is almost close to 6 billion worldwide. Now then, you think you want to put that on a kaleidoscope? Impossible. You wouldn't have time to watch all those movies. Any case, kaleidoscope's a load of rubbish. I wouldn't have a kaleidoscope. I wouldn't put a kaleidoscope into a dog, cat, charity rescue shelter. That's how I think of kaleidoscope. I think it's a piece of electronics that's aimed specifically for the snobby rich people. On behalf of the poor common class, screw you, rich people. Isn't that what Liam Neeson did in that movie, where he's really pissed off with this guy in front of him, and then he comes back to this seat. I think it's called The Commuter, and he comes back to this seat and says, "On behalf of all the poor people, fuck you." I like being poor. I've got my cats. I don't really care for my home cinema. I've got my cats. I've got air in my lungs. Well, hopefully. I can always go back to a piece of paper and do some drawing or painting. Or do a little bit more astronomy. Or I could go back to get a fishing rod, but I don't like catching fish because I think it's cruel to have a fish hook stuck in a fish's mouth. And I'm only going to put that fish back in the ocean, I might as well just go down there and get seaweed. You don't have to put a hook on the line, just put a weight on it and just cast it out. Seaweed to get tangled round it, and you just pull some seaweed. I think, wow, I've got some seaweed. I don't care for catching mackerel or rockland, a weaver fish. They're poisonous. They are weaver fish. A skate. Very rare you catch a shark round these oceans round here. Very rare, though there are, but they're harmless. They're not like you're gonna need a bigger boat, you know. Bears on there. I'm gonna watch him freak. No, right. Jump over here. There. Come on. Here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. Oh. He didn't do the full jump. He didn't do the full jump over. Yeah, sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he doesn't. Cats are very clever in their precision, and they got no fear unless they sense it and they fear, and you got to get up there and rescue them. You know. Yeah. Well, yeah, I could go back to that, but I don't think I could do that with my condition. You know. I don't think I'll be able to get my line cast out pretty far. I've seen people that could cast their line out. Gosh, I think, wow, I'm pretty impressed with how many yards that is. It's down to technique and skill, and experience. Otherwise, you go on a pier, you only cast it out a little way. And mostly all you're catching around here is mackerel. The odd bass now and then, yeah, but you got to watch out if you catch a bass. You got to watch out there are no spies, rebel spies hanging around, because if someone sees you catching a bass, and it seemed like the size and it, wasn't it's got to be a legal size. If you want to take it home, it's got to be a legal size. If it's too small, you can't take it home. You've got to unhook it and put it back in the ocean. I can't believe they got such an absurd law on that, but I just don't think it's nice for a fish getting a hook stuck in its mouth. Poor bloody thing. And I don't particularly want to eat bass. I don't mind codfish. You don't catch much codfish around here, for Christ's sake. Yeah. So there's those hobbies I could go back to. Or I've got a keyboard. I've got a keyboard over here. I've got a keyboard. I could try and learn how to play that again. Yeah. Or I like relaxing. That's a hobby, because I'm dreaming, I'm thinking things. That's a hobby, because you might come across something that might just work in humanity itself, and put all these politicians in there obsolete, and change religion where everything's equal, and there'll be no war anymore. It's just looking for the element, and then being bold enough. But there's going to be people out there that don't want it. They don't want that change, because they want it to be morbid, grey, ugly. They don't want that change, because they've got dropped on their head when they were a baby, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's just waiting for that change. Anyway, back to Atmos and why I think it's utterly butterly load of rubbish. Utterly butterly load of rubbish. I just like having a jab at it. I like roasting it because I got my Atmos titles up there somewhere, up there on the shelf, and a few of them in the room. I've only got maybe less than 50 titles, I guess. 4K and mostly not all Atmos, and like it takes me less than 30 seconds or so to spot a fake Atmos mix where it's an old movie and all they're doing here is trying to sell an old movie again with a Atmos because everyone's got it in their mind. Oh, if it doesn't have Dolby Vision, I'm not interested. Oh, if it doesn't have Dolby Atmos, I'm not interested. That's all the Blu-ray people on Blu-ray.com. That's what they're saying. Oh, they wouldn't touch it, but they don't know when they're touching it. It's a fake. Okay, it's not legit. It hasn't been done with all the stem tracks individually and then create something totally brand new. And it's very easy to spot very bad Atmos mixing with the overhead, where even some new movies that are like there's that movie with the tank in it called Fury, and that's got some very bad overhead surround mixing, very bad, where I can notice suddenly it sounds like the mixer has brought the fader down way too fast rather than doing it smoothly, subtly, so you don't notice it. But when it's like aggressively pulled down too quick, I hear these sound effects, stupid sound effects moving around on the overhead that don't seem to make sense with the visual continuity because it seemed all out of place and it seemed like they're only throwing random sound effects up there. And I thought, well, that was a bit abrupt. I'm thinking, why was that? You know? And then these other stupid sound effects moving around. And this is a quiet scene in the movie where Brad Pitt is talking with this other guy and they're in this room and there's this conversation. There's some stupid sound effects moving around on the overheads. Dreadful movie. And the movie's depressing to watch. Yeah. Yeah. What another movie? Oh, what is it called? It's a movie where a guy goes around beating up a lot of people. I think it's the mafia or something in the movie, Russian mafia or something. I don't know. It's not John Wick. Oh crikey! I've completely forgotten the title of the movie. But it had very little usage and overhead surround. And it was like hyping it up and all that. And everybody think, oh, wow, this is going to be a great movie because the guy's punching and doing all this and grabbing and shooting machine guns and crap. And yet it's got a very crappy Dolby Atmos or crappy usage of overhead surround. Otherwise, all the other channels just sound like any regular other movie. It's just crap usage of overhead. Very unartistic. I just can't remember the title of the movie. Something Guy or something Guy. It wasn't the movie Guy, something Guy or No Guy, no person, nobody. It might be a film called Nobody. I'm not too sure. Nobody. Yes, it's called Nobody. Where he got a poster, he's been punched and all that. Load of bloody rubbish. Watched it only once. Utter rubbish. I might as well snap that disc in half and throw it in the food blender. Because it will never get played again. I might as well just watch clips of it on YouTube and just get rid of the the 4K disc. It's not worth selling. I couldn't even give that disc away to a dog cat rescue charity shelter. Um, yeah, so there's a lot of rubbish out there. Um, and the excuses. Let me have a look. Let me have a look at that. Go back. Nobody. Go to Wikipedia. Let's have a look at the budget on this movie. It's got a 16 million. It's got a 16 million budget. It only made just under $58 million, $57.5 million. That's all it made. So basically, nobody really cared about the movie. Get it? Nobody really cared about it. I think that's pretty funny. I didn't care about it. So anyway, 16 million. So how much of that budget was left over for sound and then hiring the various dubbing stage, because it might be on the same dubbing stage, it might get switched over to another dubbing stage because they're rented and hired, and so a movie moves around the studio lot. How many what was the prep time for the sound mixing? Did it start from the moment the script was shown to someone and they thought, okay, we'll start trying to design the sound, and then at some point they're doing sound editing and sound, sound effects, maybe new sound effects. You got production sound being mixed or recorded on set, and that's only used as a guideline template. So you got something there to put the other sound that's going to be fabricated and put to it. But really, it's interesting to look at, the budget and how it's divided, where it's paying for any visual effects or uh, the film crew, and so on and so on. So I don't really care about fucking movies, really. I really don't give a fuck. I really don't care about movies. But the budget, where it's divided up into and how much is left over, and then left over for advertisement, promotion, etc., and then released. And then it underperforms at the box office because they were hoping, wow, oh, it's got all this violence. Oh yeah, it's going to do over $100 million, and it underperforms because everybody's probably seeing, yeah, I'm seeing the same cliche, you know. I might as well watch Rambo First Blood. You're seeing the same cliches over and over and over because Hollywood's out of ideas. Yeah, they had a sound effect in that Nobody where a guy is falling from from a stairwell or balcony or something, and you hear this only briefly for a few seconds, but it's trying to match the sound and the timing and everything, to create a psychoacoustic effect. It just didn't work. It was, I think the sound was somewhere on the height number 1 channel, and there was just this guy falling down, and it was only, but it sounded plastic. It sounded like plastic. It sounded so artificial. It sounded like the sound effect of a guy going ah would have been used in the center channel or whatever channel. It just didn't sound right. It sounded, yeah. Mm, s- mm, um, I think if you have an actual speaker, loudspeaker, playing that sound, over and over and over and over, okay, and then have the speaker raised up, and then on some rope or something, and then suddenly you just drop it, so the speaker's going to come down, okay, like it's going to come down. Eventually, it's going to go boom like that, boom, and go springy until it tightens, you know, because it will have a springiness into it, and then just listen to how it sounds. You know, don't get someone to throw themselves over. I mean, good God, I mean, a stuntman doesn't have to do that. Um, um, but listen to how it sounds, you know, because the one thing it was missing, I think, was the Doppler shift sound. Um, so that's where Atmos had failed on that. It didn't seem to have any Doppler shift. It didn't have any movement. It sounded like just a sound that was going up there, and all you're doing there is just moving the fader up and down on the bloody mixing console, or for that sound effect, and it just didn't work. It just, and then of course you get the other sound then that comes down onto the screen channels where it lands on the floor with a boom. So boom. It just didn't seem to have any actual movement. It just like a sound suddenly they're up there and boom, but like boom. So it'd be going like it would be moving. The Doppler sort of thing, or sound movement, really goes back quite a lot of decades to when um, recorded sound on films. You hear car sound effects in movies going back maybe 1930s, 40s. It's just a recorded, but it's in mono, but you don't get any sense of actual like a sound movement, shift movement, a Doppler shift, because the way it's recorded. Today, how it's recorded, vehicles moving, and the sound guy's out there with a mic, and he sweeps the microphone as the vehicle moves, and then sweeps it. So you capture this Doppler shift sound. Um, yeah. Um, yeah. I think it was like that, or it might have been like that. I can't remember. I wouldn't play that movie ever again. What other rubbish Atmos is there? Twister. Twister. Oh, they got twisters now, haven't they? Oh, we got twins. um, we got twisters now. That's going to be a load of rubbish, guaranteed. No one cares to see it. And the only reason they're doing that is just because they can line max the image, 3D bullshit it. CGI might be very crap, and just Atmos it, and that's it. They haven't got any bloody new ideas. They just got. Why don't they just re-release Twister as it is? Okay, no Atmos on it, unless they completely start it brand new, fresh. Otherwise, the ones that done in Germany, because I don't think they're really official. Um, I think they just managed to get the rights to it and to do it, and then they just did a very cheap, poor Atmos overhead surround on it, where basically it sounds like it's going through a cheap processor, okay? And because I can still hear the sound effects that are on the regular channels. And I'm thinking, why am I hearing that vehicle up on the overhead where I see this vehicle moving around? And I'm hearing it on, but they disguised it. They tried to disguise it by frequency masking and filtering it as best as they could possibly do, but they didn't. No, not from my real golden ears. I noticed it and thought, nah, that's a fake, and I'm not playing this. And worse injury to the insult, it was a bloody near field mix. I go and get the AC3 laser disc on. I put it on. It was like, holy, whoa! Turn the fader down just a little bit. It was it was like Twister on the Atmos was dynamic range was like that. On the AC3, it was like bloody like that. It was like the storm was unleashed. It didn't have a didn't have a heart, didn't have a leash round its neck like it did on the crappy Blu-ray disc. Bloody near field mixes. Ugh. Um, um, Aura 3D, load of crap, garbage trash, junk. Every time I hear it, the overhead surround on that Aura rubbish, I'm hearing this like echo effect. This it's artificially in the processor. There's something going on with that rubbish Aura. Every time you pause the movie, you hear an echo delay going on. And think, what the bloody hell? It sounds like some cheap realistic crap from the 1980s. Or a 3D rubbish. I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't use it for a dog cat rescue charity shelter. Load of rubbish. Because they're using their opinion on matrix decodering and all that. Everyone's got their opinion. Um, Neo DTS Neo 6. I think it's Neo 6. Ugh, God almighty, that is awful. That is a dreadful matrix decoder. God. I think the only ones that work best are the originals that we hear, well, used to, or I used to, hear in the cinema. Dolby Stereo, Cat 150, the Cat 150 card, 150D, 150E, or I doubt I heard a 150F in the cinema because the 150F was the last card they made, and that would probably be very rare. Uh, Doubt it. No, more like a between a 150D and a 150E. Um, in a CP 55 or a CP 50, a CP 200, CP 100. I think I mentioned this. Yeah, the CP 50, the CP 55. The CP 65 had a different cat card 150 or 150E, I think. As well as most of the Dolby Surround DSU4 decoders have got 150E cards. The 150E is pretty decent. That's all you need for Star Wars. That's all you need. You don't need Dolby DSU because the Dolby DSU does a weird thing with the center channel, and the music sounds kind of. It's got a bit of a weird artifact going on because it's digitally processing it. It's not doing it analog. It's doing it and trying to make the center channel sound discrete by using filters to rejecting certain crosstalk, because normally you get certain crosstalk going into from the left into the center, or the right going into the center, and vice versa sometimes. Center a kind of signal filtering over into the, so it's got some filtering processing going on. But when it's got music score playing, I hear this kind of artifact going while the music is playing, and it's so bloody distracting. Dolby DSU. Switch to DTS Neural X. It almost behaves like a Dolby Cat 150 card, where it doesn't have too much of the problem, but it has another artifact issue, and it doesn't sound like Dolby Stereo. Sorry, but just doesn't. It doesn't have that effect on the DTS Neural X, whereas on the DSU, it's got that annoying artifact sound. But on a Dolby 150 card, nope, you don't hear any of that artifact nonsense going on. It's I put Last of the Mohicans on Laserdisc theatrical mix on the first edition Laserdisc on the Cat 150E card on my CP200. My goodness, what the bloody hell do they call that movie? An airbuster. The bass is mega powerful, particularly on the opening title. Just whoa. Or any on it, or on any of the other sequences in the movie, or the waterfall, or I like the ending near to the ending where one of the Mohicans goes after to try and rescue the girl, and then eventually he comes out behind a rock, punches a guy with knocks him out, and then bullets kind of flying over to the right, and then a bullet over to the left, ricocheting off the wall, and then goes in there, gets the tomahawk and knocks a guy out. Bush, and another one comes up, and then I could really feel the tomahawks, the Foley work coming together with a boom, with a kind of oof, like a shake, like do this, try this. It might be stupid. You might think it's fucking stupid, but if you don't try it, you don't experience. Ooh, maybe I should try and get my sub bass to be like that. You get your hands and do that. If you're laying on the bed, I feel a sub bass better than 150 dB, if you know what I mean, because it is pretty disturbing. And I can increase it, and then it will become very distorting and disorientating. And that's really listening to it. If I had an SPL meter or RTA, it's hardly going to register because it's more tactile, if you get what I mean. You do it standing up, or you flex your arm out, and you feel some flipping vibration. That's what you call muscle workout. Audioholics, keep on listening, keep on feeling. Gotta keep on feeling. I know sometimes Gene DeSella, he's snooping around. He watches some of my videos. He does it very slyly, and then comes up with a video, because I did something a couple of months ago where I'm calling out everybody a shill, and he does a video. I know he doesn't have to mention me by that, he doesn't have to. It's not necessary, but I knew exactly, he's out of ideas and he's got to come up with a new video. Sorry, Gene, but that's just the way the audio thing is, isn't it? I'm not sure if he's watching. I don't know, but I know sometimes, because it's just human nature, and we got an ego. Um, I like to be full of myself, but can anyone else say that about themselves? You know, I got heart issues at the moment. I should be more concerned about that than concerned about all of this. Because if I die, I know the score. My cat's going to foster care. My my relations have to deal with all this, like I have to dealt with and I never thought the day would happen. And you know, it's sad to hear from someone else their family member passed, and you say sorry, and you know, and that's it. I just leave it there because I like to leave them in their peace and grieve and not hassle them. Um, I've had to go through that. Very heartbroken, and I wish I had a magic wand to, because or a magic wand to I don't know, have a time machine, go back and then just destroy the time machine and then be stuck in that time. Um, and I hate the word. I hate that word. It is what it is. I fucking hate that word. Oh, sometimes it doesn't have to be. It is what it is. It doesn't have to be. God. Anyway, that's just it's just it's got a bit of an echo reverb. This speaker, a bit hollow sounding. It's good. This good little speaker. This I like it. It's good when you're holding it and feeling the bass in my hand. You know that song, you got the whole bass in your hand, you got the whole bass in your hand. It's a good little speaker. It's a good little project thing to use. I'm a little bit disappointed it was a mono speaker. And I thought if you had two of them, they would probably talk with the device and then have left mono and and then left and right speaker stereo basically. But they don't do that. They don't talk like that. But as a I put it on the bike. If I go out on the bike, I'll just put it on the bike, and if I can get a bloody signal on the stupid fucking phone, um, because it doesn't always get a good signal and it drops out. Um, um, and just basically a little bit of mono music playing. That will suffice. That will suffice. And not to mention, I'm in the worst possible acoustical environment because when I'm moving through on the bike, I've got wind going in my ears, and then I only notice certain frequencies of the music because the rest of it is audio masking. And then you got traffic as well moving around, la di da di da. The bike as well, the sound of the machine of the bike that it makes, and so forth. But I hear a portion, and that's good enough. That's good enough. Um, it motivated me to go a bit faster. The max speed I could probably do on the bike is about 30 mile an hour, and that's my best speed I could do. Where most Tour de France athletes, they could probably do 40, 50 mile, or if not 79 mile an hour. That's 80 mile an hour almost. Bloody hell. Um, bloody cheetah runs less than that speed, I think. Um, hmm. So yeah, a little bit of music. That's all I need. That's all I need. And then if I hold it and move it around and and do experiments and listening and getting ideas, play sine wave tones on it and move it around, orientating it. Um, um, hmm, it's a lot better than an Atmos then, because I'm moving it nearer to me and because I'm actually moving a speaker, you know, where speakers are just mounted on the wall, ceiling, on the floor. That's it. There's not much else they can bloody well do with it, can they? Um, I was thinking of getting maybe another one of these and maybe using it as an experimental. Mount it on the back of the seat, mount it on the back of the cinema seat to see how it would feel. So it's kind of like opening it up and drilling a hole and then screwing it with this rubber back here. Probably do some, might have some benefit there or not. It's trial and error, and see how it performs as a feeling it and hearing the sound. Because when you listen to the surround speakers, you're in the seating zone, and the surround speakers are going around it. And usually there's a problem there, Houston. We got a main B undervolt. This surround doesn't seem to be getting a proper sound field down here in the seating area itself. It's the sound that's coming down, and then it seems to dissipate, and there seems to be like a hole in the bucket effect. I'm hearing a hole in the bucket sound effect sort of thing. It's a somewhere where there's not quite a strong image of frequency sound, and that's why I put those little Dayton exciter speakers. First, I stuck them on the back of the seat. I've got one that's actually fitted inside the seat, the cinema seat, the iron rocker seat. So it's actually fitted inside. It actually does fit inside, because I was thinking, I wonder if that could fit inside the seat. And I tried it and thought, oh, this position here, yeah. And put some adhesive spray and then just stick it in and just hold it there for a while until it sticks. And then just put the seat back on. So, I've got the other ones to do. I've got about three more seats to do. Undo them, and very awkward to undo the other ones that are on the back row seat, because I've got to completely take the seat back completely off. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to undo the seat back itself, because it's only plastic. You undo a couple of screws and then it just slips off. But once I put it back on, it's going to be very awkward to put the screws back in position. So I have to take the whole seat off, the whole seat back, remove it, and then fit it in, and then fit that back onto the seat. It'd be a little bit easier. And then the sound, amazingly, you could still hear high frequency coming off of the exciter, because that's the whole purpose, is to stick it on the window or experiment with different surfaces. Maybe stick it on the wall. It's only going to do a certain sound, and but it will do some bass shaking. Oh yeah. But you just got to make sure it's positioned carefully. Otherwise, you could overdo it and then burn out the voice coil, or overdo it and it'll go into an excursion level, and then it can be completely knackered. Otherwise, you set it up right. Wow. It works pretty well on the seats. I call it SAS, surround around seating. SAS, nothing to do with the special air service, but or an airliner. SAS, I think that's an airline as well. Yeah, surround around seating. I think that's got a nice ring to it, I think. Because it does sound like it's going around the seating. And it puts in an extra sound, and all I have to do is EQ it and balance the level and turn it off, listen to the other speakers, and then turn it and think, yeah, that fills in an extra sound image. Or I could turn the other speakers off. Of course, I'd have to wire these speakers, which are fitted to the seats. They are wired, yes, as left and right. But the problem is when I do this, the middle center seats, the front and the back. That's the problem there, because of where if one person is sat in the middle, they will hear the left and the right. Okay, but they're not going to be feeling any of the sound, because these only work on the surround channel only. They don't do anything else other than work on the regular side, the regular side surround output signal. Do I put two speakers on the center seat, on the middle seats, two speakers? Okay, but then that's a problem, because if I put two on and in stereo, so if I'm in the left seat, I'll be hearing the left seat. And the seat in the middle, I'm going to be hearing the left signal, partly a little bit of the right signal, but it's going to be a little distant. It's going to be, I don't know. Or do I switch them just to be mono only? That way it's less complicated. It's a bit of a decision which to go with, because my ears are going to pick up on it, and I don't think anyone else would, if they noticed it. But yeah. But I must urge, you got to put a bass shaker on the floor. You got to put a bass shaker on the floor, not on the seat, on the floor as well. Otherwise, when your feet are on the floor, your feet are coupled, and your feet feel it. You move your feet off the floor, you decouple. You don't feel it. You only feel it in the seat, and you think it's a gimmick. Put your feet on the floor, you sat in the seat, you feel both, and you feel it three-dimensionally. And oh yeah, beware, if you get it set up right, you can get your feet, you can get the bass to actually, I kid you not, tickle your feet. It feels like a tickling effect, and I thought, oh wow, that's cool, that's neat. And it only does it on a series of random frequencies playing. And it also depends on the floor type. Otherwise, if it's mounted on a concrete floor, a bass shaker, it's not going to have any effect at all, because it's too strong, too dense, and it wouldn't. You'd just be wasting voltage. Because I connect a voltmeter to it and see how much voltage signals going to it, and I only need so much, and think that's good enough. I don't need any more than that. It depends on the floor. It's got to be a type of wooden floor type, and it depends on the actual construction of that type of floor. Otherwise, the bass shaker won't have any effect on the floor. Put a conventional speaker down it, it's not going to work very well, and it's going to be very awkward to fit it in the floor. But a bass shaker is a lot easier. But you just got to have the floor. The floor type's got to be specific. So it's testing materials and seeing which ones work. And then you got then that bass shaker fitted to the floor per seat, you know. So it's mounted in a certain position, so it's not in the way of your feet. You can feel it transmitting through the floor. And then you got the other one fitted to the under a sofa or on a cinema seat bucket. Um, there's nowhere else to put it on. You can't really mount it on the back of the seat, a cinema seat, because typically they're plastic type and it will vibrate and make a lot of bloody racket noise. It's got to be firmly positioned in it, so it doesn't resonate much. And you got to, I had to put actual installation inside my cinema seats, inside the cinema bucket. So you got the seat cushion, you pull that off, and then you got the seat bucket, which is just metal. And then I was going tapping around inside it, and it's going dong 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 dong. I thought, that's going to be a problem. So I just got this absorbent material that I bought, and just put spray mount glue inside, and then just stuck the material inside, and then tap on it again. It's just going duh 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 rather than ding ding ding. And I thought, no, that'll work, because now it's going to reduce certain frequency resonant noises until it gets to a certain level where those resonant noises will reappear slightly different tone frequency, because it's got absorbent material inside. What else? I think I'll go back to Dolby Atmos and how utterly butterly garbage I think trash the whole Atmos thing is. Let me see, what movie can I roast? What can I roast? Air Force One. Air Force One, to me, it sounds a little bit hokey. It does seem, I'm not too sure whether it does have a legit left center, right center, but most Atmos titles have a 5-screen sound. Sometimes they don't. They don't utilize the left center, right center. But Air Force One seems to have a bit of it. But it's some of the usage of the sound effects in airplanes and other sound effects going on, as well as music score, Jerry Goldsmith music score. I know that sounds a bit hokey going on, because I know they're not using actual stems. They're just taking the regular soundtrack mix of the score and just sticking it on the overhead, rather than having individual musical instruments playing at certain points where you can create a harmony effect. Otherwise, to me, it's just a load of noise. But some of the sound effect pangs, then, such that I notice, I think, well, I notice a bit of hokiness going on, because they probably rushed it. I'm not sure what dubbing stage they use. They probably got lots of dubbing stages at Sony Pictures. They got bundles, so they obviously used a small room. They didn't use a large room, a large dubbing stage. But it's kind of okay action wise, but certain elements of it sound a bit hokey. It's like some things work and some things don't work in it. Um, but that's when I'm listening to it. I turn off all the other channels and I just focus on to see what is going on, to see whether this is a brilliant mix or it's just, yeah, it's okay. um, Otherwise, um, picture quality on it, rubbish in 4K. Picture quality is a load of rubbish. Too bad I can't really buy it on Laserdisc because it's a rotter. Probably just get a load of noise all over the bloody image because the fucking authoring. I don't know why they couldn't fix all that issues with those Laserdisc plants, and you know, get this laser rot issue sorted. What the bloody? I thought that was the whole point of the THX Laserdisc program, to ensure quality insurance, and yet THX some of the Laserdiscs to where they were pressed happened to be, some of them, rotters. I don't know what's going on there. Most people might think the THX Laserdisc program might be just like a cash milking cow for George Lucas's pocket. Just so he can put fuel in the car and drive around, if you get my meaning. Otherwise, it's an okay sort of thing, the THX Laserdisc program, but yeah, some of those dodgy Laserdisc plants, crying out loud. And you know, you get laser rot on Blu-ray discs or DVDs, but it's very few and far between. But it's a lot more. It's a lot more few. No, it's a lot more between. I think with the bloody HDVD format on Warner Brother discs. I think that's some industrial espionage, sabotage sort of thing going on there. Because between Blu-ray and the marketing, I think there's some sort of industrial sabotage thing going on there. Because though the HDVD didn't have problems with regional coding, whereas it does with Blu-ray, same bloody movie, and yes, you don't get different. Oh god. It's like when a movie title's not going to get released in that. It's like it's one of those movies back in the 1970s and 80s. What do they used to call them? Video nasty. That's it. They're on VHS tape. It's a gory, disgusting, repulsive movie, and it's on VHS video nasty. And that's what it reminds me of. It's like a title. It gets released in the USA, but hasn't been released in the UK yet. It's region free, or it might only be region A locked, meaning, oh, you got to buy a player. Okay, no big deal. Buy a USA player that can play it back. Otherwise, you take your chance buying a player that can do it all, and sometimes they're just a little bit problematic. You got to press bloody buttons, all this. You might as well just buy and then all you need is a voltage power converter. That's all you need. But you think, how many titles are you going to buy that are going to be region A locked? Very few, I guess. Very few. As long as the player is cheap, it's not really a big deal. But if the player's expensive, then it's a big deal. I still haven't yet fixed that bloody digital video recorder, bloody D theatre. Obviously got a few more capacitors on that bloody power circuit board that have failed. Or it might be it's not failed. The power's going over to the video board and the audio board as well. And some of the components on that might have failed. But which one? Basically, I end up with a lemon, a paperweight lemon. I would never buy that fucking format again, not unless it was absolutely dirt cheap. I mean, really dirt fucking cheap, and it worked. But no, it's not, because the player itself is plagued with issues, because everyone's had the same reported issue. Suddenly, one day, it doesn't work, and it's the power supply or something. Someone says it's the power supply. They fix the power supply, and it works. But I'm thinking there's some other capacitors on it that have failed, and it's not supplying the voltage. The capacitor is open circuit. It's not closed, and it's not sending the voltage signal. It plays, it turns on, but it's not actually doing any video processing. So therefore, it's got to have video. It's got to have voltage to go to the video. Plus, if once I see the optical light on the back illuminated, then I know it's working, because that is not even turned on. There's no audio. The video audio is circuitry is not getting any voltage. Yeah, so I'll probably put that on the bench eventually again and go look at the circuit, look at the voltage regulator, and make a note of the other capacitors, and then order those. Or I can take that capacitor out. And I don't have much experience with my capacitor tester, so I've got a capacitor tester to test the capacitor to see if it's in the correct value range, and if it isn't, then it's faulty. Because you got to take the capacitor out of the circuit board to take. You can't just test it on the. You can't do it that way. You got to take it out of the circuit board. That's where it's a whole pain in the ass. Actually, it's a journey. It's a trip. It's a learning experience. It's not a pain in the ass. It's a journey. It's a learning experience. I think it's one of the bigger capacitors. Again, it could be one of the other smaller ones. I think I replaced about nearly 25 capacitors on it, and there could be a few other ones there that are just completely failed. I think there's some diodes. There's some diodes on it. I can't remember if I think there are a couple of resistors. Might be. I can test a resistor while it's on the circuit board. I can easily test to see whether it's open circuit or closed circuit by putting the probes on the diode or the resistor. So it could be one of those circuits that have failed, and there's no voltage signal going out to the video board, because the video audio board's over this side on the player, and the power regulator is over on this side, and then the rest of it, the player, is all in between, and all the things that move the tape up to the. It's very good. I like the way he brings the tape up to the head drum within a very short distance. And so when you start it, it's really quick. Whereas it doesn't really make much difference, because on I think on my other JVC VCR, the tape is brought back away from the head drum when you put it in stop. stop mode, it brings the tape back away from the head drum or the drum, the helical vertical scan, the helical vertical scan they call it. And so it puts information down in a diagonal, and then puts the hi-fi track on the edge with the linear stereo track as well as down there. Um, hmm. Otherwise, my other JVC player is okay. I mean, the head drum may need to be replaced at some, you know, but wow, still works. I haven't even played. Oh, I hope it works. I mean, if I turn it on, put VHS on, and it's still connected onto the Storm audio. I don't have to mess around with the leads or anything. It's all connected. I think it's connected to the yeah, it's connected. No, it's connected to the Denon. That's it. It's connected to the Denon because the Storm audio is fucking retarded, as well as as well as a Trinov. You know why? They don't have video input, for crying out loud. HDMI. They think HDMI is a wave to the bloody future. Manufacturers, you are totally wrong on that. Totally wrong. The bloody Storm, the Denon, weirdly doesn't have an optical output, which would help because I could connect some optical leads additional onto the Denon, as well as a few onto the Storm audio. And then with the output from the Denon, with the optical output, I could plug that into the Storm. And so I'd have additional, so where I use 3 of the Laserdisc players connected to optical PCM output, though that's tricky. And then I could connect, or maybe use, I don't know, it's hit and miss really. You need something like an optical switcher box where it's got total optical inputs and then output, and then that can connect onto another receiver thing. And so it's how I want to use the Laserdisc player. Do I want to use it PCM, Dolby Stereo Optical Output? But that would only have to go to the Storm audio, and then I'd have to use the Dolby DSU. If I use the RCA phono, that would go out into the Denon, and then that goes out from the Denon through any of the Zone 2 or Zone 3 outputs, and that goes down to one of the other, that would go down to the Storm audio, or to the Dolby CP200 or the Dolby CP750. And so I can switch between proper Dolby sound formatting, because the Storm and Trinov can't do that, nor can a Denon or any other receiver, because they can only do Dolby DSU, Dolby Surround Up Mixer. And you think upmix is upmixing for, yeah, it's bullshit. It's just another word to bullshit the masses into brainwashing. We're electronic sheep. That's all it is. It's just a new word, and it's the more things change, the more they stay the same. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Don't do it, Snake. The name's Pliskin. Yeah, Escape from LA. Um, he speaks like Clint Eastwood in the movie. I think Snake Plissken. He speaks kind of like, very slow, husky voice. The more things change, the more they remain the same, which is true. It's true. It's true. But most people don't think that. I'm thinking it all the time. I think, oh, here we go again. More things change, the more they stay the same. They just got to come up with something, a new angle to get get people buying this. It's tactics in marketing, and okay. It's a little bit chilly here tonight. I'm noticing, because I'm mostly like this, mostly like this. I'm just noticing it, just a little bit chilly, air chilly. I'm just going to check the temperature, check the weather forecast, see which way the wind's moving, which direction. Because it seems to be mostly, and if it is, I know there are gaps and all that in the walls, and they're not perfect. Otherwise, I wouldn't be feeling it. But it's livable. I can get through it. But really shouldn't think that way, because you've got to think of hypothermia. Yeah, the wind speed, the wind direction is coming more this way. South northerly. It's pushing, from behind me, coming this way, over this way. It'll change by next week. It's going to change its direction and shift its direction, more westerly direction, and then gradually shifting northwesterly direction later into the week. So that's why I can feel it. That's why I can notice there's an airflow that's coming in. You see, it's like Dolby Atmos, best ever. It's immersive storytelling ever, because you think of the wind pressure outside. It's large in scale. Okay, bigger than those stupid sub bass speakers that are JBL, SBS, all stupid sub bass speakers out there. It's big scale, and it's pressing against the building, and in between there are little gaps that need to be filled in, and done over, upkeeping sort of thing, maintenance. Yes, maybe I should bring this up and say, I don't think that white wall done us any benefit, the white wall, because they used to put rock wool into the cavities. When they changed the specifications, now they use recycled plastic bottles, and they grind it all up into a powder sort of thing, the little bits, and then they pump it into the wall. They call it white wool. But the problem there is they did the communal hallways on these flats. That's all they did. They didn't bother doing the cavity walls on this bedroom or the living room or around near where the front of the kitchen would be. They didn't bother doing that. Oh no, they just pump it in elsewhere where it's totally not needed. Okay, the whole program of spending money, wasting it without doing proper evaluation on testing and so forth. No, none of that. Basically, I think I could get chimpanzees and train them to do this sort of thing. Basically, just a load of donkeys. They couldn't even do the fucking job right, because I'm feeling a draft in this room. I shouldn't be feeling a draft. It's coming in through somewhere, and that's through the outside, because the walls need to be, the brickwork needs to be gone over. Anything need be filled, or find some way to put something over the bricks. I'm thinking some sort of lamination or something plasticky, or something that you could paint or paint over it, so it like a glue, like an installation, so it'd be transparent, so you still see the brickwork and all that. But if it would be a kind of glued, like when the sun goes on it, reflects on it, you're going to see a kind of a kind of reflection sort of thing. They could put something like that over that would give it a shield sort of thing, a shield, and then put the rock wall in the bloody cavity walls for crying, the white wall in the bloody cavity wall for crying out loud. Um, um, Otherwise, it seems like it's coming from around this level down here somewhere. So yeah, it feels like a little bit like a refrigerator, but on a summer day during a heat wave. Um, yeah, see, bloody, they're crooked sometimes. Even the bloody windows they fit in, the windows they fitted, oh, a load of rubbish. Brand new, we're putting in brand new windows, and I was opposing. I don't want those new windows. I've got cats. It's going to scare them. It's going to wind them up. It's going to stress them. It's going to stress me as well. I don't want those bloody windows. Keep it. Do not want it. But they were trying to force it on me, saying, "Look, you got here, blah blah blah, bullshit, horseshit." Because I'm thinking, there's nothing wrong with these windows apart from they need a few maintenance parts, and that window will be okay. That window is sound, you know, even though the glass is, only so thick, and they call this double glazing, oh bullshit, and sound insulation and with it as well. That's bullshit. When they say a window sound insulation, that's horseshit. The window glass would have to be at least that fucking thick, not that thick. It have to be that fucking thick. Fucking bullshit. And then guess what? After all the windows are done, but they haven't evaluated and done all the rest of the checks. They've done all the ceiling as best they could do, the installers, because it's a contract with the fucking bullshit. um, yeah, if I want to make my windows a little bit thick, I'll just go and get some of that acrylic that's so thick, and then I'll just get a type of glue, adhesive or something, and then just stick it on the bloody glass, and then put some sealant around it. But it's a little bit more than that, because the actual window frame itself is going to be a weak link for traffic sound. Otherwise, if I had my way, I'd fucking rip the windows out and fucking brick them up. I don't want to fucking see out the windows. Well, at least in my THX cinema. I don't want to look out the window. They don't have windows in cinemas. Yeah. Anyway, the temperature's going to go up. Let me see what the temperature, because the wind blowing versus temperature, because it's shifting and moving. The wind is shifting the cold air. That's why I can feel it, because it's coming in at this angle around the side of the building. Sometimes I notice it in the THX cinema. I notice it because it's coming shifting around the other angle, and that's because the brickwork's got flaws in it. I think, like I say, I think they should put like a plastic transparent glue over the outside, and it might give it a sealant. Because the brickwork, someone told me, he said, those flats you live in. And I said, yeah, what about them? He said, well, I've been hearing about some of the other ones, or some of the houses are starting to really deteriorate. And I say, how so deteriorate? The building grade materials that were used are now starting to really fail. And so, yeah, probably less than 10 years or so, I wouldn't be surprised. they say we're going to relocate everyone, okay, into um, new flats, and these ones will be demolished and rebuilt because they're now a little bit out of the time sort of thing with the specs and everything. So I wouldn't be surprised. But I like to get a home where I know I can take my cats out in the garden. Oh, this chair! I'm gonna have to put some glue on that. That thing there's come loose. This one here came loose recently. This one here, or it might have been that one up there, because they're only stuck on there. I'll get a bit of super glue on that. Yeah. Otherwise, it doesn't really. Well, it serves a kind of purpose, kind of like that SBS rubber installation thing for speakers, sub bass speakers, whatever. It makes the best bass ever. It's more tactile. It's more tight. I am a bit skeptical about that bullshit. And if you're going to do a test, right? I saw a test in the video. I think they were testing a different isolator thing on speakers, and it's the videos on YouTube, I think, where they got people coming in and they listen and they're doing all this fake bullshit, because it's not a very thorough test technically. They got a typical hi-fi snob, hi-fi salesman. Once you've seen one crooked hi-fi salesman, you've seen them all. And I can tell what's going on in the video. And then I'm looking at the room, I'm looking at the floor, and looking at the floorboards. And I know what way those floorboards are running, and I know what way those floor joists are going to be running. And they put in speakers, and they're doing all this blah blah blah, and thinking, because if you got floorboards running this way, the floor joists are going to run that way. And vice versa. If it's turned around in the room, you see what way the floorboards are running, and you can tell what way the joists, So you got the everything from the joists to the floorboards to the speakers, with spikes sat on the floor, or the speaker just flat on the floor as it is. Not that I would, because you got to check whether that floorboard surfacing doesn't have any jittering and the speaker sits on it firm, and it doesn't have any tendency to wobble. Otherwise, there'd be little imperfections in that floorboard. Yeah, I knew the video was complete utter bullshit, and they're just trying to sell a snake oil gimmick. They might as well just try and resell fucking Sensor Round. At least it fucking worked. Yeah, I wouldn't buy one of those. I would test certain things, materials, or if you really want to decouple that sub from the floor, here's the simplest thing you could do. Put some cable or some things on it so you can hoist it off the floor, suspend it. Now it's really decoupled to a percentage, because you're going to have 4 cables or wires or whatever. However you do it, I don't really care, as long as you raise it off the floor. There are plenty of ways. You could get a big bag and put it around, a fabric bag, and like a bean bag sort of thing, and then put some and then hoist it up, and then see how it sounds and feels. I can't see one single video on YouTube that's tried that, though it does in PA installations, only they're on a truss and it's raised up off the floor or speakers or whatever. Yeah, that's doable. And guess what? It doesn't cost much. In fact, it'll cost next to nothing. If you got some rope laying around or anything, you think, okay, yeah. And all you need is to work out where in the ceiling you got a joist. And so what you get is maybe get a coach bolt or something to go into that joist, and you got to go up to the ceiling, get it really fitted, because you don't want that speaker coming loose and then falling on the floor. So then you just hoist it up then on some rope with a bag round it or something, a fabric, not plastic or anything, so it can make rattle sounds, and then just hoist it up. And then just keep raising it. Experiment with the height. Experiment with the height. Oh yeah, you can adjust it. Got one sub there, one there, another in that over there in the corners, and raise them up at different levels. Variable, like you have a variable phase control on a DSP crossover loudspeakers system management system, and you can variably adjust it. You can variably adjust the height then on the sub very subtly. And then once you think, yeah, that position's good, tighten it all up so it stay in that position, and it'll be free. The only problem is try not to bump into it, otherwise it's going to start swaying. It's going to start doing that, isn't it? But once it's there in position, I suppose you could find other way to get it in position so it doesn't have too much tendency to move. That's not impossible to do. Very easy, very simple. And then you can experiment, and I guarantee, I promise you, you're going to hear a noticeable big difference in that sub bass, because you're changing its position to how complicated or how awkward the room is, and you can change the height level, But sometimes you need a bit of that vibration in the floor, so you probably end up doing it with bass shakers. So you got different sound with the but just because you move those speakers up into that position doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to hear rattling or buzzing noises anywhere in the room, because that is total bullshit. By using those isolators, it removes all that is horseshit. Because you could have a sub, blah blah blah, and all you need to do, if it's rattling at a certain frequency, all you do is you move it a little bit, and guess what? Suddenly that buzzing, rattling noise that you hear going, because it's going down into a floorboard, into the joist, it vanishes, it disappears. And you don't need one of those isolators. Otherwise, try a bit of blue tack. Yeah, try a bit of blue tack. That's good stuff. It's not expensive. Even if you get the blue tack and fold it over, so you make it a little bit thicker, and then get another bit of blue tack and fold it over and make it a little bit more thicker, and then stick that underneath the sub. Isn't it isolating it? Kind of. Bit of isolating and a bit of still coupled to the floor. Either way, that sub is still going to be near to the floor. So the first bass wave is going to hit the floor. The second one's going to hit the ceiling milliseconds later. The next one's going to hit the left wall if it's near to the left. And then it's going to go over to the right. It's going to arrive there in different times set in milliseconds. And with all the other stuff, vice versa. But when you got them all playing them all in tandem, you're not going to really notice. You're not going to care. But yeah, I think that idea is pretty good. Raise it up so you can variably experiment and see which works. Does it work or does it not work? But it's cheap. Doesn't cost the earth. None of that stupid audio fucking file shit. Fucking $500,000 fucking sub-bass audio file speaker with a crappy low sensitivity. Okay, now it's ridiculous how much speakers cost, really. And then at the end of the day, you look at how pathetic that speaker is with the frequency response and our hearing as well. Otherwise, that speaker should be fucking designed for dogs and cats and a pet fucking bat. Though a pet bat's only going to hear 1 kilohertz up to maybe 150,000 kilohertz. Yeah. You know it's true. You know it's true. I know it's true. I know it's all bullshit out there, and what is bullshit and what is legit and what is illegitimate. I'm sick and tired of all this illegitimate crap. Fangs me to the fucking teeth, it does. Fucking hell. Breathe in. And don't think too much of utterly butterly Dolby crappy atmos. I've got brand new laser discs on the way. Wow, can't wait for them to arrive. I've got a real cheesy one. I think it might be cheesy. You never know. I might enjoy the damn thing. The Return of the Killer Tomatoes. I had a look at a few clips on YouTube and thought this is a very weird kind of movie. So it's not going to hurt. It didn't cost too much, and it's on Image Entertainment Laserdisc. They usually do very good Laserdisc pressings. They do, and I'm guessing it's going to be mono sound mix because it says stereo surround on it. But I'm guessing it's going to be mono, unless it had a remix somewhere during, the 1980s or 90s somewhere had a remix. That was only specific for that Laserdisc or maybe a VHS tape. I don't know. But anyway, Return of the Killer Tomatoes. It's got George Clooney in it. Okay. All right. The next movie is Close Encounters of the Third Kind Special Edition, Criterion Laserdisc. And I like how the way the extras look because I've seen a video on YouTube where it's got the extras, and I thought, well, that's interesting because I don't think that's on the Blu-ray or the DVD. So at least presented in that way. So it's only going to be Dolby Stereo. It's okay on the it seems okay on the Blu-ray disc, Close Encounters. I'm just kind of curious of how the picture quality is going to look when the mothership, or not the mothership, the first encounter, where the spacecraft is above the vehicle, the car's down there, and there's the I've got hairballs. Hold on. Oh gosh. Oh, I got. No, it's not hairball, but it's. Oh, you okay, Magic? Oh, I've got to clean that up. Oh, for crying out loud. You know, when your cat gets down and goes, "Wha, wha, wha, wha." Oh dear. Yeah. Oh god, that's a mess. Ugh. Yeah. Bloody county. Oh, man. Quite a whole bloody reservoir with that. And can't see. Just want to wipe this up a little bit more. There we go. You all right? I felt a little bit sick. Yeah, I know. You felt a little sick, didn't you? Oh. Damn. I feel completely dizzy. Not 100%. Not 100%. Probably somewhere about 7%. Mm-hmm. Oh. What are you doing, Mr. Magic? What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? You know it's true. How nice. Look at this. Some grapes. I take them, I bury them in the sand. They become valuable, like the ark. Then we'll kill for them. Then, like you and me, you want to talk to the grape. How about we go and talk to him together? I don't like the yeast ones. I prefer the red ones. They got a bit of a different texture. Nice flavour too. But grapes are good. Okay. Atmos and why I think it's horseshit. No, this is horseshit. Ugh. how do I feel? How do I feel about this? Well, I get up vertical, move around a little bit. That's less than one, two, three, four. I think it's less than 6 minutes I was walking around until I come back. Um, I felt a little dizzy, a little dizzy, a little dizzy. I feel a bit faint-headed. I can feel the pressure on my legs that, this medication should have cured me by now, at least. It should have. But there's possibility I've got I have a blood clot. So, um, I know a couple of days ago, I had this terrible aching around the top part of this, around the head, because I've had several head injuries over the years. The first major one I would say would be when I totally collapsed. I've never collapsed before, never had a blackout. A total collapse, blackout, where I'm thinking, come conscious, and I'm banging my head against the kitchen floor. It's concrete. It's not wooden floor. It's concrete. Lamination over it, tile. I don't know how long I was doing that for, and I don't even know how I got on the floor, how long I've been unconscious. Never happened. Never ever happened. That was 2017, I think, around about 2017. It was about a couple of years after I had my mini heart attack, because it's mini, it's tiny, because I don't drink or smoke. If you drink or smoke, you think you're good, and that it's only a question of when, as and when it's going to come up, and it's going to be major. It's not going to be a small heart attack. It's going to be major, and if it hits bad as a stroke, and if you survive it, you're going to have speech impediment. You're going to have memory loss. You'll have your face will sag in one side, because the left side, that's always what they say. Paramedics always ask me, they say, can you raise your arms above your head? And I could raise my arms above my head. So I hadn't had a stroke. It's creepy. It is really scary. All I can say is try best to look after ourselves, or look after yourself, or as well as it will impact on your walking. It would totally diminish your walking. You'd think you're laying in bed in hospital. I tell you, the moment you try and roll over, lay and sit up, you're going to find, oh, you can't stand on your legs. You're going to think, whoa, what's going on? It impacts on your legs, literally, even with a small heart attack, tiny. If you have, mate, it's going to be, you're going to have to wait. It could be weeks and weeks, or a month or two until you can walk normal again. It took me 2 weeks, because at first I'm crouching around on the floor in the hospital, walking around on my hands and knees, because I was laying on the bed in one of these wards. I can't remember which ward it was. Before I was taken down to the cardiac ward, because they move you around ward to ward, sort of thing. And I've been laying on my back for just over 24 hours. And I got round on bed. I had all the biosensors being on me, and the thing on the finger, the pulse rate and everything. And turned around, tried to stand up. And I thought, oh, what the heck? I took these bloody things off and thinking, what the bloody hell's gone wrong with my legs? I couldn't stand. I thought, I'm down on my hands and knees, crawling around in the ward on my hands and knees like a baby. It's like learning to walk again. It's completely erased, almost wiped out to about maybe, I don't know, maybe 80%. You only got 20% there, and it's not strong enough to hold you up. You just fall down to your hands and knees. And I thought, well, okay, I'll crawl back to the bed and just lay on it and think, um, try and think what's wrong, It took about, I was in the hospital for about, cup about 4 days, I think. I had a stent put in. So, that was okay afterwards, because it took nurses a bit of to convince me to get a stent, go for the operation, and after that was done, um, I think maybe 24 hours to maybe 30 hours or so later, I was feeling optimum, okay, but when still walking, it was like, oh, I'm walking at this speed rather than the walking pace like that. I'm going at this speed. I'm going half the speed. It took 2 weeks, about 2 weeks, or maybe a little over 2 weeks, to start walking normally again. And I'm feeling that way again. Um, so the best speed I can do is 16 mile an hour on the exercise bike. That's not good. I like to go out. I like to go out all day on the bike. I like to have my cat with me on the bike, and I like to be exercising for at least 7-8 hours. That's a bit overkill, really, I think, because not that I'm on the bike total 8 hours like a Tour Bloody de France thing. I don't even think they go around that bloody time. I think it's less hours, and then they finish the circuit, and then they rest a couple of days until they do the next circuit. Yeah, I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna get fucking far down the road. I can tell you. I know that for certain. I would only manage a short distance, and then I'm gonna have to think abort. I'm gonna have to turn around and come back, and I'm gonna be supremely disappointed. Because my cat's not going to get out and enjoy. My cat's going to feel a bit just thinking, why did we come back so early? Because I know my cat Bear, he likes going out. He's a bit of an awkward cat to get on the harness, because the moment he sees the harness, okay, he runs and hides because he knows he's going to go out on the bike. But once he's on the bike and he's settled, he's relaxed, but he's just probably a little nervous. Magic, he doesn't mind, but my first cat I'm going to take out is Magic, because he only went out last year about 1, 2, 3, I think 3 times. I think Bear had been out something like 20 times. Bear is over spoiled, and so I'm going to take Magic out first, and then if I feel okay for the next day, if I don't, then I'll abort. I'll leave it till the next day until I feel okay. Listen to my body, listen to the sound of how my body feels in the frequency of the muscles, the legs, and everything else. If I'm not within parameters, then I'll just have to say I've got to leave it until a day I feel okay. And then I think I'll take Bear out on the next one. So I don't think I'll be going out as much as I was last year or the year before. Um, so probably only go out a few times at the very least. Is I'm predicting magic. He's trying to grab the bloody fruit. What the blazers? No, you don't want to eat these grapes. It'd be awkward eating those grapes bare. Magic. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Go over there. Just go undercover. Go on, go undercover. Keep my feet warm. It's nice having cats are, they're not exactly 100% loyal, like a dog. I think they know when it's cold weather, and or they know, maybe they think they know I'm not very well. Maybe that's why they're laying mostly beside me. Yeah, there you go. Where our ears are located, so I'm located in this position. I can still hear sound that's below me. That's how good our hearing is, and how rubbish Dolby Atmos is. Best ever sound format. Not. Because you got to look at point of view, POV, point of view. Like I hear this. I hear it more at this level, not below me, because it's where my angle of positioning is located at. And if I sit upright and then do that, the sound then will be a little bit more below me, because it's on, my ears are up there and the object is down below me. That's what mixers, they can't get Atmos right. If they keep messing with that crappy sound, that system that they got, and don't put a below surrounding, they're going to be mixing like that still with their hands tied behind their back. They won't have the flexibility to freely mix. That's a big grape. Look at the bloody hell size of that. It's like a bloody xenomorph, like those bloody things in that bloody Alien movie where he gets those eggs and he starts coughing them up, doesn't he? That was a stupid bloody Alien movie, wasn't it? Pointless. Where was it going? Huh? Alien Prometheus, Alien Covenant, and now I think they got a third one coming out. Fail. It's not going to do big. No one cares about those alien movies anymore. Don't care where the engineers or xenomorph. No one cares, because no one cares. And besides, they water those movies down now, so they're like more catered for younger audiences, whereas before they were, back when cinema was real cinema, they would be X-rated or R-rated or 18 certificate. And then when they got to these stupid Ridley Scott prequel crap, guess what? They're catered for school children. And yet I'm thinking, what the blazes is an alien coming out of guy's mouth? Like, I think, oh, that was gross. That's worse than the bloody chest buster. And then the alien coming out of the guy's back, and what the? You got to be kidding me! That's 18 certificate. That is gross. Yeah, it gets I think something like a 12A or 15 certificate or something. You got to be kidding me! That's catering for school children. I think Ridley Scott is a pervert because he wants more younger audiences, because the culture of the movies have become famous, sort of thing, in pop culture. And I think they're just greedy. The studios are perverts as well. Otherwise, you go back um, over, just go back over 20 years, 25 years actually, more or less, and any of those movies in the UK would have got a BBFC certificate of an 18. They wouldn't be catered for bloody school children. Oh, fucking perverts they are. Viewer discretion. It's strange how certification on movies have changed now. Maybe some countries may still have strict regulations, whereas this country, I think it's a bit more. I think they're perverts, the bloody BBFC and Ridley Scott and whoever's paying off whoever with a bit of money, or I think they're perverts. Because I find that more gross than the first bloody movie. Doesn't matter really now, does it? Because who watches those movies anymore? Those Alien prequels, Covenant, Prometheus. Last time I watched Covenant played it in Atmos. Best ever. Realistically, played it all the way through, start to finish, from start to end. I think that was the first time, and that would have been quite a few years back. And then I just go to a certain scene now and then, like we always do. We go to a demonstration scene ever. I think there's a few demo scenes in the movie that shows how the mixing could be done, sort of thing. Like when the spacecraft, you hear it coming from the overhead surround, going panning from height number. Oh gosh. Well, originally it was height number 3, then to height number 2, and then to height number 1. But now, since I've got Storm Audio, it'll probably go, from the other speaker, yeah. So it does a pan sort of effect. That's when it drops all those crystal things or whatever they are onto the other aliens below, and then they they all start cracking up then. And then there's the other scene, more or less near to the movie, the action scene with the alien running around on this spacecraft while the girl is running around shooting at it and swinging around like Tarzan on this thing, Xenomorph. It was entertaining the way when it plays on, when I have it all fully playing 100% in the room with the blow surround as well. It sounds like one of the scenes with the spacecraft where you see it visually. moving around and coming this way, sort of thing, or this way, or this sort of way, coming upward along the side, and then I get a sense of sound like below me, and sort of I could get a better sound field. Um, um, but some of the usage of the overhead surrounding the movie is very limited. Very limited. It's not widely used. You'd think it would be for a big, epic alien ever, but it's not. It's very limitedly used, the overhead surrounds, discreetly. But there's another way to do a trick. Like I say, if you use the ProLogic 2X, so you go and buy a load of them on eBay, cheap, load of Onkyo, okay, or whatever. Usually you pick them up for about less than 200, okay, and they got amplifiers built into them, so you're covered there, and it's got Odyssey on it as well, so you're covered there, because you could do a little if you wanted to do that. Very easy, very simple. You could create an extra additional overhead sound channel. Oh yeah, but it'll only be a matrix sort of thing. But use the ProLogic 2X has got so you got the two output channels left and right, and then you got 4 additional channels. That'll be the side surround, okay, the side surround output matrix, and then the rear back surround output matrix. And then you'd have a center channel, of course, which you would use because you want to put a center phantom signal somewhere, a center signal somewhere, maybe additionally located on the seat, or you might want to put it on the floor, or just experiment, because you got to listen. You got to keep on listening. Listen to a scene and see where the matrixing steering is steering that sound, because there'll be all sorts of things going on with phase polarity in the signaling, depending on what layers of information are on the actual soundtrack, and the decoder then sees, yeah, this hair goes here, and this go there, and this is a little bit more or less like the left and right, yeah, whatever. It's looking at those sort of things. But for less than 200 or 200 or less than 200, you can do a bit of a heck of an upgrade. Experimentation. You wouldn't need a Trinnov or Storm Audio. If you want to create a 5 screen, you don't need a Storm or what's it. You can create it matrixly, in a matrix way, rather than the discrete way, because on Gravity it's discrete. Left center, right center. The 5 screen is discrete. You could have a matrix version, and it works fairly well. We needed 2 decoders connected, one to the left channel, one to the center channel, and then the next decoder is connected to the center channel and to the right channel. So we've got one connected to the left, one to the center, and then the next one connected to the center and the right channel. And you do that with a Y lead. So you got a Y lead. So, you connect to the center, and then you split the center channel signal, put it into the correct input on the decoder, the correct inputs. And then you connect the outputs to the new 5 speaker. And then just turn on then you got to calibrate it with a test tone, a sine wave tone. And you've got a series of LEDs on the decoders. and you got to get both of them equal, and then you got to turn the volume up and down on the receiver and make sure that you got the adjustment done right. And you think, okay, I've got to either turn that one down a little bit or turn this one back up a little bit here and justify until when you got it all set up right and you turn that fader up and down, you see the LEDs go from double green LEDs. There's usually 4 LEDs. No, there's 2 LEDs. Two green LEDs, and then you got a red one, and then above, and then you got a red one below. So that's like 10 dB below, and the other one's 10 dB above, and the 2 green ones, I think, are they're within a plus and minus 1 or 1.5 dB. And you got to get them absolutely spot on. Once you've done that, you got to do the output level trimming and adjust that and get that right. And you got to need proper instrumentation to measure. It's better to have a Behringer DCX like I got in my setup. And you got 2 DCXs, one for left, center, right, the other one for left, center, right, center, and sub bass. And then you got to get those LEDs indicating on the Behringers, on the input signal on the Behringers. So you got to turn on one of the decoders to decode the sine wave signal. So it send it onto the left center channel. And then the other decoder is still set into the normal position where it's going over to the right channel. And then you adjust the level and then look at the level meters and then adjust the trims, the output trims on the Dolby DSU4. That's it, Dolby Surround 4 decoder. And you adjust until fader until you got everything, and then you switch the channel round the modes. So you're looking at the indicator, and then get it takes about maybe an hour or so to do the alignment. And then once you've done that, you got to make sure those loudspeakers, 5 of them, are all in the same position, nicely spread apart if possible, depending on the size of the room. And then get them angled right and such, and then just turn it on and play a movie like Gravity, or a movie like A Mad World is a very good one. Logan's Run. The Sound of Music. The King and I. Maybe what else? Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Though that would have played left, center, right in the cinema, but you can play it in a 5-screen and it will still work. It will just spread the sound out nicely across the screen. Or behind the screen. It was just spread it out very nicely. What else? Ice Station Zebra. Willow. That'll work. Willow will work okay. Gosh, blimey. I'm randomly going through different movies at different decades, different eras. The Tower Inferno, not too bad. It uses a bit of dialogue panning, shifting and moving. Of course, Gravity. Yeah, I think I mentioned that already. There's almost 6 billion movies. Give me a break. 6 billion movies, crying out loud. I can only barely see some of the titles over there. Terminator 2. That'll work okay. Terminator 2. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Backdraft. Anything but a Christopher Nolan movie. Epic fail, so don't even try that. You're not going to get any joy on Christopher Nolan. Mostly the ones I'm talking about are mostly ones that got dialogue panning or directional dialogue panning with directional effects and so forth. Otherwise, generally, other movies will work okay, but they're mostly only going to be mostly sound effects. Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country, not too bad. So you'd hear Mr. Spock, Captain Kirk, can you come to the bridge? Usually over on the left channel, but if you play it with the 5 screen, you hear it in the left center channel because it's partly mixed into the center. So you'd hear it on a new channel in the left center, and while all the other sound effects or sound are spread out in different positions, it sound a bit more wide and open. A lot better than front wide channel shit. You know what I mean? Just looking at all the movies I got, crying out loud. I've got so many. I've only got roughly about 3,000 movies on tape and disc and whatever. That's not a lot. That's nothing. That's wheezy. Crikey. Most of these movies I've not even played on DVD in years. You know, I played the DVD the other day and I thought, I wonder if it'll play. You know. Yeah, it played. No problem. It was I thought it might be dirty disc or well, not a problem. It played. As long as they're not in direct sunlight. Yeah, there's lots of movies with directional dialogues. Where eagles dare. I suppose West Side Story, the original. Titanic. Yeah, Titanic would be okay in 5 screen. Generally, most movies will be okay, but most are going to have sound effects, and some sound effects will appear in the left center, right center, or they might appear over in the right channel or the left channel. It just depends on how the mixing is done. If there's any half center mixing going on, then 5 screen playback will work pretty well. I got bundles of movies. Uh, mm. Okay. So I'll get some sleep now. Much to do, really. Oh yeah, laser disc. Yeah, so other laser discs on the way. Return of Killer Tomatoes, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I'm looking forward to that because I like the way they say the encoding was done on the disc using a Dolby Dolby DS4 or something encoder. So I got to play that back through the Dolby stereo. I play that Close Encounters on the Dolby CP200, I think, when it arrives. Wow, it's going to be brilliant, especially with the dialogue panning. And maybe some of the sound power effects maybe in the monomatrix surround. Ghostbusters is pretty good with the green creature thing. He's at the back of he's looking at me, Ray. Ah, he slimed me. Yeah, that creature. No, nicely on the back surround. Well, in the surround field on the surrounds. The creature. That's just Ghostbusters, Dolby Stereo, 424 Matrix. I actually heard it in the cinema in 424. So, that was at the Odeon downtown in screen number 2. So that had the surround array going around the auditorium, and then the overhead speakers that are in the ceiling as well. I could actually recreate that effect similarly to how it was, because I could use the experimental overhead, turn them on, and have all the other speakers running, and do more or less the same, similar. Try doing that on a Trinov. What's the other movies? Got Action Jackson, Carl Weathers, who recently passed over the rainbow. Great in the Rocky movies, I suppose. Arguably great in those movies. And Predator. But I haven't seen Action Jackson movie since VHS rental 1980s. So it'd be interesting what it looks like on Laserdisc. I think it was filmed in widescreen. So it's going to be a bit open. I'm not sure if it'll be pan and scan or maybe open. Now I have no idea what transfer, but it's image entertainment. So usually image entertainment, usually I do like say good, decent transfers, and they're pretty decent on the sound as well. On the So I'll see what that's like. And the next movie will be 3 Days of the Condor. The guy with the disgruntled postman that comes into the building and starts shooting people up. He's dressed up as a postman. And he looks very disgruntled. Um, and that's kind of a. I'll be interested to see what the sound mix is like on it, because it says stereo on the cover, but I'm pretty sure it might be mono. But it might have had I don't know, some sort of slight remix sort of thing during for the laser disc. So I've no idea. So I'll see what mix it is on the print. It's a scope. It's in scope as well. So be interesting to see what the color and the framing on the scope is like. What maybe video artifacts I can see, or if they're there or not. Might be an okay transfer, just reasonable. I was thinking of buying 3 Days of the Condor on 4K, and I thought, I don't know, maybe I'll just buy it on Laserdisc, and because it's going to be a movie. It's not going to be watched over and over and over too much, but maybe if it's a cult classic sort of thing, put it on occasionally now and then for hmm. Hmm. Oh, nice kitty cat. Good kitty cat. He's a good kitty cat. He's a good kitty cat. Oh dear, I've got to blow my nose. Oh, oh gosh. Oh, I've got to blow my nose. Oh dear. Oh dear. You don't have this problem, do you, Bear? I check. No, you don't have this problem, do you? You've got other problems, I know. Yeah. Oh. Hello. Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh boy. Oh, I can breathe now. Oh, thank goodness. Cool. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, gosh. Oh. Oh, that's better. Oh, dear. Amazing. Just a tiny little bit, because it's such a narrow passage. Oh, dear. Oh, you got to be kidding me. There's more there. Oh, dear. Oh, that's better. Oh, boy. Oh, I was wondering where that was. Oh, I'll put that back on that. Put that little wheel back on that Dolby Cap 64B. Oh, I had to clear my nose. Most people, it happens in maybe a million or so people. Their nose dries up very badly. The mucus glands, it's not like pull the microchip thing out your nose like in Total Recall. It's nothing like that. Oh, your nose would be gashing blood. It would be very badly damaged. That that bug that he pulls out out the nose, and then wrap a towel around your head. Yeah, get your ass to Mars. Actually, I think it was a bit more like the size of this grate. What the fuck? You gotta be kidding. That's stuck up there. Bullshit. No way. Because the cavity and then it goes up and then the tissues, the tissue thing around the nose, up through the nostril, goes narrow a little bit, and it only widen out so much. And you put a camera there, and you can see, it moving, but with a kind of stickiness, dry, mucus glands, because it acts like a filter to capture dust in it. But mine, it just builds up and dries up. It dries up within 3 to 4 hours. It's starting the process right now as I'm breathing in, and then, and it's all moving around. It builds up to a crusty, and I've got to stick something up there surgically and kind of I can feel it, and then I can just move it. Otherwise, I can't force blow it. Can't force blow it out. Otherwise, you could do damage to your eardrum by too much pressure. So when you go in, your eardrum's going inward. When you're doing the other way, your eardrum's going outward. So when you're blowing outward, your eardrum's pushing outward. If you overdo it, you could rupture your ear. So I use a little tool, which seems to work. Because it only needs to go so far up. And here's the tool. Here's the tool. Goes on a pen, a disposable pen. And all I do is I put a little bend in it, in the plastic there, and put it up the nose, and I can feel exactly where it is, and I just hook it and then just pull it out. Kind of like they say, like she said in The Mummy, they stick it up your nose and then pull it out. Oh, that's going to hurt. Well, you'll be mummified. It's called mummification. For the record, I don't want to be a mummy. No, actually, I think the bug was that size, wasn't it? Bloody hell. Oh yeah, Total Recall. Yeah, that's another dreadful Dolby Atmos up mix. That's totally fake on the overhead. Actually, I heard that in screen number 1 at the Odeon downtown with the overhead surround. It wasn't played very loud in the auditorium, as far as I remember. I think I bumbled into a projectionist there. That was about 1990. I said, I was just going down to get a hot dog or a soft drink and then come back up. I bumbled in and said, I'm curious, what's the fader at? And he said, 4.5 on the fader. I say, why 4.5? He said it's rumbling and noisy. It's down in the downstairs. You can hear it downstairs. It's rumbling. It's noisy. And I knew he was talking bullshit, because I've seen so many films in screen number 2 downstairs. I never once heard screen number 1 coming from above. Never once. So I knew there was not many people in the auditorium. Okay, and usually when an auditorium is usually full up, they put the fader at 7. Or they might just nudge it up just a little bit, whatever. Yeah, so I thought 4 point. It was okay. It was okay. The actual reproduction playback of a lot of the sound, Foley and all that. Yeah, it was okay. It was okay. But I would prefer playing Total Recall on THX Laserdisc. Wow, it's not a bad transfer. And the scene where the elevator, where the lady comes out of the elevator, starts shooting, and then then you got the Basic Instinct, Sharon Stone coming up and doing a kick, kicks the firearm out of her hands, and then hand-to-hand combat, and all the Foley on that is pretty good. All the the punch and the turning, all the turning the hand around, all that Foley was good, and then doing the flip, and then the body coming down like boom on the ground. You feel all the Foley in it. It's really good in the room. especially the machine gun. You can feel the recoil or the impact sort of sound sort of thing, but that's a little bit exaggerated. Um, or when the planet starts to have that core thing go down into the ice and then melt it, and then the planet mountain top goes get kind of like an earthquake rumble, and then glass sort of panning and shattering and moving around, and then the end credits Jerry Goldsmith score. Or Jerry Goldsmith score at the beginning of where he's been, where they're chasing after him and they're running onto a train or such, or a little bit earlier where he's walking around the I don't know what it is, the walking around to get onto a train, and then walks into a train, and the psychoacoustic effect of the outs of in the mix, the psychoacoustic effect of the atmospheric sound of the subway terminal, and then going in through the doors on the train, and how it changes the psycho. Nice good change there in the psychoacoustic effect, and the doors closing. And Dolby Stereo 424 Matrix. Otherwise, I'm not sure if it's reported on all the discs. The DVD, the Blu-ray, the mono matrix. Sorry, not the mono matrix. The mono discrete surround. At least it should be. Is got a fault on it, technical fault, where the surrounds are only got a roll off. They cut off at around about 500 hertz. And I'm thinking, what the heck is going on here? It's got no high frequency on the surround. I'm thinking, could it be 70mm magnetic soundtrack damage that they used to transfer, but they didn't. Whoever did the transfer never checked it. Because it's on the DVD, it's on the Blu-ray, for crying out loud. I wouldn't say they fixed it on the 4K. I wouldn't say they fixed it. They just made a bloody dog's dinner mess of the bloody thing. But one sound effects editor who did the sound effects editing on that film, he said to me, from what you're describing to me, it sounds like magnetic soundtrack damage to the HF soundtrack, to the HF, you know. And I thought, yeah, I kind of agree with that, because I've heard that issue on 70mm with other films like Batman. I'm Batman. He's talking to Vicky Vale. Vicky Vale. During the scene in the Batcave, you know, because she knows he's Batman. I'm Batman. Somewhere, the soundtrack suddenly in the center channel goes completely muffled. It loses all the high frequency. And it lasted for about 2-3 minutes. And all you hear is in the bloody center channel, until the next reel, and then it changes. You got a Q dot, and then it changed onto the next reel, and then that's when it got past the damaged magnetic soundtrack. Whether there was any damage to the surrounds, it was hard to tell because bit distant to tell, or whether there was any. Didn't seem like there was any damage to the left and right track. Yeah, but magnetic sound can get damaged. Star Trek For the Voyage Home. Empire Leicester Square. Of course, I saw Batman at the ABC downtown. 70mm season. Um, that was back in the 1990s. Mm. Star Trek Forward Voyage Home at the Empire Leicester Square. Bird of Prey comes down towards the Golden Gate Bridge, and then all the soundtrack went completely out for at least about 1 minute. There was total magnetic soundtrack damage to all the tracks. So you got to handle 70mm film very carefully. If you handle it carefully, it's gold. It's absolute gold. When it's equipped with a decent JBL to a decent Lucasfilm Limited THX sound system, it is gold. Yeah, so Total Recall's crap. It's got fake grain effects. It hasn't got real grain on it. It's completely AI, artificial fake. Shame on these studios. You know how I can notice it's more fake in Total Recall? He's making breakfast. I'm the Schwarzenegger. I'm making the breakfast. I'm watching the Cohagen on the news. And he's moving his head around like this while he's making his oatmeal, And then suddenly I notice this grain effect shifting with his head movement. And I'm thinking, as an ex-projectionist, that just doesn't happen on real film. It doesn't happen. That does not happen. That's the fake digital AI grain effect, or whatever the fuck they're using. It started to track with the head movement. It shouldn't have done that. How a video engineer, yeah, and you get all these bullshitters to say you need your TV color calibrated. No, you don't. It's a load of bullshit. Otherwise, I think, like I say, I think they should. You could go and buy these color calibrating things, pretty cheap. Some of them, and they're gonna give you. They're gonna tell you how. Yeah, it's this bad, and you need to correct it, and then get it good. You don't need to spend £800, 1,500 for some clown to come around your home. Is only going to be there for what? Few hours? And you're going to pay him that money? Are you serious? You want him around your home for at least a couple of weeks for that sort of money? Because most people flipping burgers won't even get that salary wage at the end of the bloody week. Daylight robbery. Because you know why they're charging that price? Because they think they make out to this home theatres, home cinema market, it's luxury. It is not luxury. Home cinema is not by no means luxury. You got a room that's tarted up, looks like lipstick on a bloody pig. I want my room designed different. Then I'll draw it on paper because I can draw. And I'll pass it to someone, and then they'll have to work it out with the other things, so they get the dimensions and so forth, sort of thing. So they'll work from my design, and then just perfect it a little bit, and then and then they're going to say, well, this is going to cost about a few thousand. You know what I'm going to be thinking? I'm going to be thinking, what materials are involved here? What sort of materials? plus labor, you know. Um, so I'm going to be asking, well, what's the labor cost, you know? And then I'm going to think, okay, and then I'm going to look at the materials, and I think, well, these materials seem a little bit steep, and think, no, there's got to be a way to get it down lower, cheaper. I'll select I'll select, and these materials are going to be this price, not your prices. Be this because I want an aesthetic look. That's all I want. There's an aesthetic look, but I want it done as cheap as possible. Otherwise, I might as well just fucking do it myself. Which, of course, it will take months and months and months to do. Well, they could do it in a couple of weeks, or maybe a week, depending on what it is. But yeah, home cinema is not luxury; it's bullshit. Anybody can design a room to make it look like Star Wars. You look at that, the way they, and you think, how did they do it in the actual movie? What materials did they use? What cheap materials that are going to be thrown away afterwards in the skip, or some of them might get utilized in another movie. And all you need is the machine to do the cutting. That's all you need is you got the materials, work out the dimensions and the shape where the things are going to go, and then do all the cutting, do all the measurements, and don't make more, do all the cutting, and so on, and then just start attaching it to the walls or ceiling, and then give it spray paint in, and give it this kind of appearance, like it looks like it's made out of metal, because you're not going to use real metal now, are you? So that would just take the budget price way up high. Make sure all these materials are fitted in fairly tight and sturdy. Yeah, and then you'll have a Star Wars theme, like whatever. Or if you want to do a bat cave, I think a bat cave is be pretty cool, pretty easy to do. Get that expandable foam, so you got those things that hang from the ceiling, those like lime scale rock things that hang from the ceiling. To me, that looks like get some expandable foam and make and then you got to find a way then to attach it, screw it, put something in it, and then screw it to the ceiling. Can't really stick it. You got to kind of screw it up, sort of thing, with a thread. So you push it in and then just turn it, and then it's just screwed to the ceiling. Can't just glue it, otherwise when you tear it down, it's just going to make a lot of mess. Yeah, and then spray paint it, and then make it look like a bat cave, and put expandable foam around onto a board, and then just shape it and make it look like rough rock, and then just screw it to the bloody wall. You got a bat cave. I'm Batman. Yeah, and when these other home cinemas go around, they say, here's the secret door and all that. Well, it's not a secret anymore. Bloody 1 million people have just seen it. It's no longer a secret now, is it? Otherwise, anyone goes around the home and they think, oh, yeah, I know where the wasset is. Oh, dear. I'm Batman. Hmm. Otherwise, design a room that looks like a cinema auditorium in a smaller scale. You might not have to. You may not have to do the entire, but you can do a proportion of it and make it look like a certain cinema auditorium. Or you can just make it generally look like a typical multiplex, which is pretty bland. Hasn't got real character to the room itself, because most people want it all pitch black, dark walls and everything. Oh God, that's morbid. Because they're fearing, oh, the light reflection from the screen. Doesn't really matter. I look at those light levels on the projection screen with digital projectors. What they're doing sometimes, I think sometimes they're putting an artificial black border on the screen part. There's something other thing going on. So most of these multiplexes don't have any real they don't have curtains anymore, so they're just, the screens are completely open. And all they got is maybe some masking, or some cinemas don't have any masking. But sometimes you see this digital black artifact, artificial bordering going around the screen. Something I've noticed it. And the blacks don't really look that black. You have to. Oh, if you want to see blacks that are black, that don't reflect, that's outer space. You go into a cave, okay? You got a torch, and turn it on. You're gonna see it lighting up some of the walls and whatever, and then you'll be able to see it around. But you do it out in space, there's nothing there for it to reflect. It'll just keep going on endlessly. Ocean, go down deep in the ocean, yeah, because eventually the light level will get dense and wouldn't be able to see it. So it'd be interesting. That'd be interesting. So if someone were to put some bright kilowatt lamp lights, that kilowatt, literally kilowatts, and put it down, say where the Titanic might be, and then shine it upward, would and be under the water at certain, would you be able to see it? Because that would be like 5 miles down or something, 5 miles or 5 miles down. Would you be able to see that light? Because it's got to go through the water density and the bacteria things that are floating and moving around, and it'd be interesting to see whether you could see it. Because they say you could put a Limax lamp on the moon, and we'll be able to see it and you'll be able to see it on the Earth. Yeah, maybe you could. Maybe you could see it. Be maybe the size of a certain star. sun, a star, sun, a galaxy, far, far away. Maybe a planet. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. 250,000 miles away. And you'd be able to see her. Question is that seeing it with the naked eye on the moon, or is that with a telescope? Yeah. Grapes are good. Grapes are good. All right, that's enough of them. You know it's true. How nice. I haven't played any laser discs in over a week or so now. Just some DVD or just DVD. No Blu-ray. Not much Blu-ray. Not much not much 4K. 4K's down there on the food chain. Laserdisc is up there. DVD's just a little bit below it. It might be a bit of both. DVD or maybe Laserdisc, but 4K is down there on the food chain. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I feel like Raiders of the Lost Ark. Feel like Raiders of the Lost Ark. Maybe play side 2 without having the fighting with the plane, all the Foley sound and all the punches and the it sound like cannon blasts, air busters. Yeah, probably maybe put a little bit of Raiders of the Lost Ark on to see what that's like later on the Cat 150E. It should have lots of huge impact. I got a thing I want to fit on the Dolby CP200, which I don't know if if I could get behind the rack, if I'm up to it, if I'm feeling up to it. I've got to fit a couple of things on the back of that processor. Then it'll make it more manageable, easy to connect RCA phono connectors. Just see. Got to do the simulation in my mind. Got to do the simulation. Got to move the rack forward. get behind it, head torch on. I've got the parts that got to be fitted easily. They'll be fitted easily. Fit them on. Put the barrier connector. Connect that onto the terminals. Tighten the screws up. And where am I going to get some leads? I think I've got to want to remake a lead cable. That's on the output. That's connected to the where is it connected to? CP200 connected over to the Sony SDDS. Right, that cable lead there. I think I want to improve that lead cable, make it a little bit better. Okay, so let me see. I have to connect. Got a cable lead, but is it long enough? So that'll be connected to a DB25 connector onto the Sony SDDS, and then the other end will be connected to RCA phono connectors. So I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to buy some RCA phonos. I'm gonna have to do some soldering. Unless I can buy a pre-made cable DB25, our 8-channel lead RCA phono, cheaply. It's a question of whether or not the actual wiring will connect to the Sony SDDS, because the 8-channel SDDS balanced input or output cabling thing, so it could be connected either balanced or unbalanced. Got no idea if the positive goes to the positive, the negative or the ground to the ground, and it's got to be parallel. All the wiring's got to be parallel to, otherwise I think I'm just going to have to make the lead up myself. I'm going to have to make a new lead cable, so I'm going to have to do some bloody soldering. Okay, so all right, gotta make one of those up, then it should sound pretty good. Once it's done, and I've got other connections to connect onto that CP200, so there'll be other additional things to connect. Whether or not they get used or not. So there's quite a few things on that CP200 that was designed into that processor that probably never really got used in a lot of cinemas, and only a few of them probably maybe utilized the whole usage of the CP200. It's a very cleverly designed processor. I'm not sure if there's room on it actually for any specific special modification. It seems doable, but Um, probably need some alterations. Um, maybe with circuit wiring, as well as just connecting out inputs and outputs. So it's got to make sure it's got enough on the inputs somehow, find a way. Otherwise, it's a supremely nice, good processor. There's only a few of them that still are in use around the world. Even you got to find it's like fantastic beasts and where to find those Dolby CP200s. What cinemas around the world. There's a lot of cinemas out there. Would want or would probably pay maybe high money just to have a CP200. For its 70mm and 35 SRD, DTS, blah 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 blah, and a little bit more. Actually, the CP200 that I got is also it's got features, format features, IMAX and show scan. Show scan, the 70mm Douglas Trumbull thing. It's got those format things like on that processor. Yeah. Yeah. But it's just format. It's just format switching. It's nothing really special. Yeah. Otherwise, the format codes that could be programmed into the processor anywhere from 01 to 99. That's quite a lot of formats, and no CP200, I don't think anywhere has been formatted using all that, utilizing all that. But it was designed, maybe future sort of thing, that it could have that, but it just probably never got round to it. And the formatting is very difficult. You'll have quite a bit of experience to do where to do. So you got to do additional soldering wiring on the back panel with wiring, and then you got to connect the diodes to the format switching cards, because there's so many format switching cards inside the processor for non-sync, optical soundtrack, 4-track 35mm magnetic, 70mm 6-track magnetic, and the diodes and such, and they got to go in a certain sequencing order. And then once we're all, you dial the format by turning these little hockey switches, these little hockey things, or little tumble wheel, depending on which model's got these on. And then you select it and then press the go button, and then you're on the new format. Otherwise, can a a Trinov and a Storm Audio do all those formats or whatever? Um, kind of. Um, I mean, I could program the Storm Audio to have different output channel configuration, as well as program it, because I think the Storm Audio could be programmed up to, I don't know how many, I don't know how much it could be programmed up to, how many numbers. Not sure if it's over 100 or if it's 1,000 or something, but you could program it along with the EQ to have a different theatre mode. They call it a theatre mode on the Storm Audio, and if you select that, it's already got the specific channels that are going to be programmed into the, for the film playback, and you can have certain EQ curves or whatever modifications done, as long as they're mostly the same, unless you're doing them independently. If you've got a system that's not like mine, then most people would do them independently. If I was doing it on my system, I've got to do them so they're equal, so they don't conflict with issues with the other outboard equipment in my B chain, because the B chain is pretty complicated. Yeah, you could do that, all those sort of extra parameter sort of things with the Storm Audio. Interestingly, I was testing with a thermal meter the temperature, the surface temperature on the Storm Audio, and it was showing me it's got this surface temperature, because occasionally the processor, it goes from a 50% fan speed, which is usually standard normal, and often it goes up to a rise of 75%. It doesn't go 51 or 52 or anything like that. It's a sudden jump up to 75, and the fan speed's going faster, the way the fans are connected inside of the chassis and everything, and it just sounds like a little rumbly sound noise, and it's distracting. And sometimes it's got to turn the processor off, wait maybe a couple of minutes, turn it back on, and think, I wonder if it just stays there now at 50%. But I was realizing, because when I have the SDDS processor turned on, the heat's rising upward from that processor, going partly through the metal on the rack, and then partly still rising up a little bit, reaching the Storm Audio processor, and therefore it's adding on a few more Celsius. And so the thermal sensoring inside the Storm Audio is registering a heat rise sort of thing. But occasionally I do notice the process, because now I just keep the STDS turned off unless I'm running it. Then I'll turn it on. But it's random sort of thing. It doesn't always do it, but sometimes it does not. Then I think, what's going on? And it's got something to do with the firmware I added on the processor, because I've run that processor so many times before the new firmware, and never noticed the fan speed increasing. It's something to do with the firmware and the processing it is doing, and suddenly it just causes the fan speed to go a little bit higher. I'm thinking I'd like to get inside the processor and fit a switch between the fan Or I could do one or two things. Put something simple like, it'd be a couple of wires or something coming out from the processor. I could either have a variable resistor. So all I'd do is if the fan speed increases, I could turn it down to basically turning the resistance of the voltage and turning it down slightly until the fan speed goes a little bit slower. But I'm not sure if the processor would have additional sensoring on it and would recognize something maybe in the voltage level changing on the fan. I don't know. That's one good answer. I just don't know. But I'm thinking, why does that processor have a fan? If I run the Denon as a processor, it deactivates, turns off the fans. If I run it as an AV amplifier, it turns the fans on, so it could keep the AVR cool. Now, there's other processors I've got in the rack, professional and such, that some don't have a fan on it. The Dolby CP750 doesn't have any fan on it. The SGDS has got a fan on it, though it's deactivated, so it's quiet. The CP200, it doesn't have any fans on it. The Dolby SDU4 doesn't have any fan, and those things get pretty warm hot, especially the Dolby Cat 150. It gets rather hot, but it doesn't have a fan on it. Doesn't seem to have a fail. I'm kind of puzzled why that's going on. The Behringer DCX, they get pretty warmish. They don't have any fans. What's going on? Most of all the Dolby Cinema processors don't have fans. The CP50, CP100, CP200, CP55, CP65 don't have any fans. You get to the CP500, yes, it's got fans on it, though I disconnected the fans on that processor, on my processor on CP500. The CP650, yeah, that's got a fan on it. The CP750 doesn't have a fan on it. The CP850, yeah, it's got a fan on it. The CP950, the CP950A, they both got fans. In fact, they got more than fans. They got like 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they got 4 fans. So they're going to be not very good for a room. They're going to be pretty noisy, so to speak. And you got to think, are those fans necessary? What's exactly is it cooling or trying to keep cool? How hot does it get? Because if it's certain micro processing chips or whatever, and they're kind of delicate sort of thing, they need a bit of cooling on it. Yeah, I can understand that. But I think it's a little bit of unnecessary have a fan on it. Just trying to think like what other processors have got a fan on it, or AV receivers. Like, well, some of the Onkios I got, they got fans on them, but you can't switch those fans off. You can't run those AV receivers as a processor. So if you use the RCA phono outputs, you're basically using it as a processor, but you can't turn the fans off. And you can usually hear the fan speed turning on and then slowing down, depending on the signal input from the soundtrack. And you can hear the fans going fast and slow, so to speak. It depends on the fader level. So if you set the fader level, or set the input levels, the output levels on the, for the outputs, the gain level, and set them down a little bit lower so that the fader, when it should be at 0 dB, that's usually reference level of equivalent to, well, I suppose if you measure it and check and test, it would be equivalent to a cinema processor when the fader is set at number 7, 85 dB. And you want to put a bit of look at that. And you want to put a bit of output level back onto it, sort of thing, without necessarily turning the actual gate. So usually it makes the bands go a bit faster. Plus the audio output levels are getting close to clipping. So you could set the Onkyo, or I don't know if all the Onkyos are built equal. At least when I was running one of the Onkyos, the fader is at 0.0 dB. There's a scene in Mission Impossible. Which one is it? Which one is it? Mission Impossible what? Can't remember which one it is. I can't remember which one. It's the one where he has to jump into some water and get this microchip thing out of a vault, and it's underwater. I just can't remember. I think it might be Mission Impossible. It's not Fallout. It's the one before it, I think. But there's the scene, one specific scene where it shows this water thing. You see, everyone's running around on the roof and such, and then the camera shows looking downward this where it's got enormous amount of water going down into a glory hole sort of thing. And suddenly the AVR just switches off because the signal level is so loud, so high in the bass level, it just turns off the AV because of the signal is clipping. So much for THX certification on that then, huh? Yeah, it's interesting that. I've not played that scene in the movie on the Storm audio to see whether it has those sort of issues. Because I could look at the monitor level on the output on the processor on the laptop. I'll be able to look at to see how close those levels are. If they're in the red, I think, well, maybe this film is just mixed too bloody loud, ridiculously. Otherwise the signal will get too close and that will start clipping. Of course, you've got audio limiters on the Storm audio limiters that could be turned on, and so that levels won't get any high at a certain threshold level. So if it's set minus, depending on the dynamics on the dynamic range, set the audio limiters, and then it won't go any higher. Yeah. Anyway, look at the bear. What's he doing? What's he doing? Oh, what's he doing? The bear. Oh, there he is, the bear. Oh, he's giving me a cuddle. He's giving me a cuddle. Oh. Oh, that's so nice. That is so nice. Oh. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, meow. Okay, let's get some sleepy, Mr. Bear.